$5 million. This is due to beginning to realize some potential savings in budgeted grant matches, especially within the child care fund where there is some increased state reimbursement and continued vacancy savings. For general fund revenues, again, we're projecting 155.5 million. There's not really a ton to report that's different than the last time I was here. Again, our general operating millage is almost at $98 million. Public safety and justice is projecting to collect about 17.3 outside of contract policing, 17.3 million. Sorry, and that contract policing number is 14.5 million. And then general government, we're at 17.3 million, which is the state revenue sharing, marijuana dollars, state liquor tax, and interest earnings. For the revenue variances, sorry, there's a lot happening here. Starting with the shortfalls, the largest is that budgeted use of fund balance of 10.8 million. We'll talk through that on the next slide. Then the trial court's projected to come in at about 573,000 below budget. That's fully offset by an expenditure surplus of 635,000. So overall net impact is positive for the general fund. The sheriff's office is projecting a $396,000 of a net revenue shortfall. There's not an expenditure surplus that is offsetting that revenue shortfall in this report. Early vote on the surplus side, early voting is projecting $120,000 surplus. This is due to the local units reimbursements. There is part of the Q3 technical adjustments before you later tonight where we'll adjust the revenue and expenditures. There's an expenditure shortfall that's offsetting that, but it's one we've known about and we've been waiting to see where they would fall before bringing a budget adjustment to you. The biggest surpluses, though, are in the general fund interest earnings and personal property tax reimbursement. Personal property tax reimbursement is, as announced by the state earlier this year, what we should be collecting or what we should be receiving from them in 2024. And then general fund interest has just been well above expectations the past 2 years. So talking about interest, I promised this in all of our budget discussions. So it's just a picture of what's been happening with interest earnings. And mostly why we haven't structurally adjusted the budget for it, because it's only 23 and 24 that we've been greatly getting the amount of revenue in that we've been receiving. And in 21 and 22, we were actually negative. So rather than relying on that, we're trying to treat these surpluses as non-structural until we actually have a new trend established. A lot of this is determined by the market or like whatever the Fed sets the interest rates are. There's not a lot we can actively do to control our interest earnings. So that first slide is just the category as a whole. The second slide breaks out the two different components of interest earnings. So there's what we actually receive in our interest pool, and then accounting standards require us twice a year to list the market performance of the market adjustment. And so it's basically saying how are our our investment pool performing? What is the general funds portion of that? So in 21 and 22, when the market was having those declines, we had a negative market adjustment. 23, we had a very large one. 24, this is only the one for the middle of the year. We don't have the final one for that will come in December as part of the year-end statements. Questions on it? Okay. Planned use of fund balance. This is one we're used to seeing. This hasn't changed since second quarter at all. This is $10.8 million. The biggest use of that is the non-structural lump sums. One shift, you did receive a memo on this as we have been looking at ARPA dollars and how to fully spend them. These lump sums provided a nice opportunity to swap for the East Side Rec Center so we could guarantee that those funds would be able to be used. So the non-structural lump sums are paid by ARPA funds, and then that freed up this money to the $7 million to go to the East Side Rec and potentially other things, as we'll talk in other ARPA updates. But just, it's still budgeted this way, but just so you know how the payouts happened. Yeah, so otherwise this is roughly the same, so I'm not gonna belabor anything. On the expenditure side, again, we're used to public safety and justice being the largest expenditure. So 83.7 million, followed by support services. Then contract policing at 19.1 million. We see that large cap credit, it hasn't changed really since the beginning of the year. This slide for appropriations to non-general funds, this is beginning to shift a little bit as the non-standard fiscal year funds are beginning to close out. So we've adjusted the projected childcare fund appropriation to just match what we think will be needed as opposed to reserving in case they need additional. But they're still in the process of finalizing those, so we don't have a final number, but trying to get more realistic with what would happen. Similar with friend of the court, community corrections did come in and did need that full 996 that was approved by the board last year. So this is beginning to change a little bit, but it will really be more informative at the year-end report in the future. For projected expenditure surpluses, overall, we have a projected expenditure surplus of 8.2 million. The general fund personal services outside of the courts and sheriff is projecting about 8.7 million. So that's the biggest source of that surplus. District court's projecting $802,000 surplus, almost entirely due to vacancy savings. And the trial court's projecting $635,000 expenditure surplus beyond their contributions to future court technology needs. That's due to vacant positions and fully offsets their revenue shortfall. Support services was projecting a surplus in HR and finance operating budgets, and in corp counsel due to some reduced outside counsel need, and which is good news. The in-house attorneys have been able to do the things, so we don't have to pay the outside attorneys. So that's good. And then shortfalls, like I talked about earlier, early voting has a slight expenditure shortfall of 125,000. Admin's projected to be 224,000 over budget due to board directed spending. This is fully covered by personnel services surpluses of 362,000. That's reflected in the general fund personal services category. Water resources is projecting a shortfall of 275,000, which is fully offset by a revenue surplus of 300,000. This is in alignment with previous year trends of increased work from contractors that are largely reimbursable. And as part of the Q3 technical adjustments tonight is an adjustment for both the revenues and expenditures for that work that they're doing. IT is projecting about a $510,000 shortfall in their operating budget. This is partially offset by projected personal savings of 350,000. That's included in that general fund personal services category. And again, and also IT is working to reduce this toward year end to hopefully bring this down to a lower amount. And lastly, the sheriff's office is projecting a $1.3 million shortfall. This is due to 2.2 million in over expenditures, primarily driven by medical and food contracts for the jail. It's partially offset by about $1 million of personal services savings. Hiring trends have improved in the sheriff's office as well as increased overtime, which resulted in reduced vacancy savings compared to Q2. The sheriff's office does have a strategy for addressing the projected shortfall and to bring things in alignment with the end of the year for the general fund. Non-general funds, again, not much has changed on this front. We're expecting a surplus in building inspection, CMH, vets, facilities, and risk. On budgets, the major grant funds, child care fund, friend of the court, prosecuting attorney, OCD, with the caveat, I promise I'd mention this for OCD, that they are monitoring what's going to happen at the federal level. We still don't know anything, but they are watching to see what will be coming. But for this fiscal year, we are looking okay. Shortfalls for community corrections and for health. Health is depending on that final settlement process that we have for the structural increases for labor. So we just haven't gone through that process. So we should be okay on that front. But at the moment, that's the status that they are in. But we should be able to bring them on budget or into surplus status as we finish that process. For Q3 budget adjustments within administrative authority, this is the easiest slide. We didn't have any, so I have nothing to report to you all. And then I wanted to jump into just a briefing on what's coming in tonight's board meeting packet of all of the technical adjustments. A lot of these are ones we have seen or things we have talked about, but just wanted to give a chance since I had a little bit of time now before it's later in the evening. So the first part, The Q3 technical adjustments, this represents about $2.4 million. It's $125,000 for that clerk early voting revenue and expenditures. The expenditures are part-time temp and supplies, and that's just for staffing the early voting locations. Water resources has an increased local revenue of about $195,000. That's offsetting an increase in consultants and contracts for a stormwater engineer position that's filled by contractor. And then last one, this is hopefully the last time I have to do this, but the new accounting standards for IT software maintenance contracts makes us realize the full cost of a multi-year contract. So this $2 million is largely a technical adjustment, but it shows up as a revenue and expenditure. And if we don't adjust the budget, then we get an audit comment for being over budget. So not the most fun thing, but yes. The next one is just a chunk of the general fund balance. This goes back to what we talked about on the October, I think, 6th working session of some upcoming budget adjustments. So due to we had planned to use, we've already budgeted about $10.8 million of fund balance. We're projecting only a $330,000 surplus, or sorry, shortfall. So we have more room in the budget than we expected. So we're trying to take some action proactively instead of waiting till next year. So a big chunk of this is 1.25 million. That's to set aside funding for the 25-26 winter sheltering. We have already set aside money for 24-25. This is just allocating it in advance to make sure we have that funding there. This next part is a swap from what we talked about originally. So originally we had 250,000 proposed for East Side Rec Center. And in the 25 through 28 budget, we had 250,000 proposed for the market salary study. However, the market salary study RFP is already happening and potentially will have expenditures this year. So we're just swapping those 250,000. They're both going to be funded. Just East Side Rec will now be funded in 2025 instead of 2024. An additional 200,000 is being set aside for the housing feasibility study. That RFP is underway, I believe. Yes. Okay, great. And then 30,000 increasing funding for 25 and 26 for historic district preservation. So getting some non-structural funds into that program. Also using general fund balance. So there's a couple of facilities projects for $2.2 million. The first is the Saline Court energy improvements. The 1.3 would fully electrify the building, replace the roof to support solar, make other necessary improvements in alignment with the climate action plan goals. And the other piece is the jail generators. When I came in October, we were expecting this to be 1.5 million. They RFP'd, or they got the bids back. They found a solution that's only 900,000. So it's $600,000 savings from what we had previously expected. And not part of the budget adjustment, but because it's been part of the overall facilities project, we know the pole barn overage came in. That's where we plan to store the MSSI. It came in about $890,000-ish over budget. And so facilities does have non-structural funds to cover that. So we don't need a budget adjustment, but that is an item that is addressed that we knew was part of your concerns. So that's also covered, but just not within the budget adjustment. Then last one, some other operational adjustments out of general fund balance for 420,000. The first one's for PC replacement, just getting some one-time funding to make sure IT has enough to replace the laptops for employees. And then $90,000 to replace drug court grant that was not funded by the granting agency. So this would be one-time funding to continue that program. And then the last one's for cybersecurity penetration testing. So $30,000 non-structural funding for cybersecurity testing. I do have a request around this one, which is IT was able to identify a grant that I learned about after we had already put all of this together. They may need matching funds. They may not. They want to make sure we don't if we allocate this, there's a fear that it looks like it's funded and then we might not be eligible for the grant. So the request that they have made is that we change this to just a cybersecurity allocation, making it eligible as grant match for this grant or other cybersecurity opportunities. And if you all are amenable, I'll have a substitute resolution to the chair for the board meeting that you all can use. So.
Yep, Commissioner Sanders.
Oh, yes. This one?
Yes.
Okay.
So you mentioned tell me what we're doing on here related to the 1.3 million?
Yes, so this is the full cost overage for the Saline Court. There are scenarios, but we wanted in alignment with what we brought in October, just sticking with that because we didn't get any direction to change anything specific. This would be fully electrifying and doing all of the energy improvements from the bids that we had. So it'd be allocating fund balance for the full 1.3 million to fully do those energy improvements.
Man,
Yes.
commissioners, we also realize that we pushed out this recommendation in that way, understanding that you all still have some decisions to make around this project. So I just want to be clear that no action has been taken. We expect that you all will make a decision around how we move forward with this.
Okay, because I thought we had quite a bit of discussion about that, but, okay.
Yes. We did have discussion and we have information available for that discussion tonight.
And we would need to come, like, this would have to come back before the board anyways, before we expended any of it for like actual approval.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, this would just be allocating funding.
Okay.
And again, this is on the agenda tonight as well, just giving a primer before it's for first reading tonight.
Commissioner Sanders, did you have any other? Okay. Commissioner Abbey?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on the pole barn. Is the $883,000 the anticipated overage? Or is that just what facilities has on hand in case?
The first bids came in around 893,000 over budget, but they have gone back and they have been reduced down. I can't remember what they're reduced down to. They fit within the $883,000 budget. That is what facilities already has allocated to them in the 2024 budget for non-structural funding. So it'd be how we would use those non-structural funds.
Okay, so it's money that they already have that, and we're anticipating that that will be about covering the cost of the overage.
Yeah, it should cover the full cost. There might be a tiny bit.
And to be
left,
clear,
but-
we're not just building, I mean, this is a pole barn for a number of different vehicles that we plan to store there.
Yes, this
Do-
is,
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean. to
yeah,
cut
no,
you off.
it's the MSSI as well as the large equipment for water resources. This has been an ask of water resources, I think, since I started 17 years ago. So finally creating a way to help store their equipment, and it's not just the big equipment, but some of their supplies and things like that to make sure they're all in the proper storage.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a great investment. I was just wondering on the cost. So I'm guessing that if there's $1 million overage, that it's probably a multi-million-dollar project.
Yes, there was, I think there was 1.2 million of ARPA funds originally. Okay. I think $1.2 million of ARPA funds was allocated originally.
So we're looking at 2 million,
It's
basically.
about $2 million, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Problem? Did anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Light?
Would this pole barn, would it include like office space or is it just utilized just for? 'Cause that's, mighty expensive not to be able to utilize
Turn this
it,
one over
to
the
maybe
expert.
have some office space to be utilized for our MSSI folks and some of our water resource. It would be nice if that could
Yeah.
disclose in.
Oh, sure. Let me stop sharing. We have a slide to share. Oops. Okay.
Andrews, good evening, Andrews. This is a sneak peek of our presentation coming up next. Yes, the pole barn, that's a early floor plan of it. There is office space for field teams. There's a small, office / meeting area, storage, restrooms, and we set it up so we could grow into some future storage down the road as well.
Wait, I have a question about
Thanks.
this.
Commissioner Scott?
I'm like, wait, don't go far. I know that you're going to talk about this. So I don't want to eat into Catherine's time. You can say reclaiming my time, Catherine.
We're almost done, so I'm fine.
Maybe I'll hold my questions about that till then. That makes more sense. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
Awesome.
Uh,
17 years is a lot of service to this county, so
I've been
thank
here
you.
though. It's
Yeah,
like, yeah. Might be 18 if you count when I started as an intern, but I've
that's
been here-
awesome.
I've been here a while. Yes, it's a good place. Are we good on these for now? Okay. And then I think I saw head nods. I just want to make sure we want the substitute resolution. Okay, I will have that prepared and ready to go for you all at the meeting tonight. This is just what the planned use of fund balance slide will look like once this, if this item is passed as is presented to you all. So it will increase the planned use of fund balance to $14.8 million in 2024. If this was fully spent in 2024, this would reduce the projected fund balance to 59.3 million, which would still be 36% of budget and still above that policy target that we have of 29%. So this adds in the Celine Core energy improvements, the winter sheltering, the jail generators are those the three bars, the blue, red, and purple toward the top, and then salary market and study and housing feasibility study for the middle of blue and green. So, sorry, an ITPC replacement, that's the other big one, so. Moving out of the general fund, so we have a number of sheriff, non-general fund technical adjustments that are gonna be before you tonight. This is $3.2 million. So the sheriff special projects is 50,000. This is Sheriff Family Day. It's covered by donations. We just bring an adjustment to you every year once we know roughly how much they will need to be spent. They have about $8,600 of donation. The rest is covered by fund balance. We have $3 million of the unallocated millage fund. So 1.9 million of that is for those contracted services general fund cost overrun. So making sure they have the flexibility to use those unallocated millage funds for any cost overruns that they have. Another 522,000 is to serve as a match for their IRI, which is the Innovative Reentry Initiative, and then the Connect and Protect grants. 280,000 went for union contract lump sums. The sheriff's office agreed to pay 50% of those during union negotiations. Then 158,000 for equipment and 146,000 for infrastructure improvements. And then the other smaller ones as DEA forfeiture is $34,000. This is drug forfeiture money. It's very limited on how we can spend it. They did purchase an additional K9 unit. So that's 34,000. CPE pilot program is increased state revenue for increased training expenses. So 67,500. And then 135,000 between Sheriff PA 302 training and corrections training for use of fund balance for increased training expenses. Questions? Okay.
Just real quick.
Oh, Commissioner Light?
Would we be able to get a list of what the special projects are?
Of what the, yeah, it's just Sheriff Family Day, so it's like a
okay.
community facing event. It was about $50,000. So the fund is called Sheriff Special Projects, but this is
Oh, that's what it's
specifically for
For
Sheriff.
sheriff.
Family Day.
Okay, all
Yep.
right.
Thanks. Commissioner Scott?
Catherine, I don't expect that you're gonna know the answer to this necessarily, but my question on this is looking at the contracted sauce. The contracted services, what did you say GF was standing for general fund
Mhm.
cost overruns? And you
Yes.
said that was food and
Food, jail medical and jail food is the primary sources that have come in far exceeding budget.
I wonder if we can get more information on that because I also feel like I've heard a lot about how the, and I just, it's for me to understand.
Mhm.
I want to be clear that I am not casting an aspersion, but I want to understand why if I hear about the census at the jail being at an all-time low and like one of the lowest in the state of Michigan, why my overrun is 1.894 million over. So I feel like I need some more answers there. And then I need to understand why, if we saw that, have we done RFPs for other service providers, et cetera? So I have more questions in that particular line item, just to understand.
Mhm.
Thanks.
Cool. I've got Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Sanders in the queue, and then I'll just add in, I think, and maybe the administrator can respond to this. I thought that memo that we just got indicated that we actually have our our inmate numbers are up in our jail right now, right? I think they are,
That
even though we're
is
the
correct.
lowest in the state,
Yeah.
we're up for some reason. I don't, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Robbie, then Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. I was just gonna build off of what Commissioner Scott asked, and I think it would be very helpful to understand just the process that was gone through to achieve, the result that we're at. What was there some type of an RFP? Was there a competitive bid? Did we look at other contracts, other companies that are doing this? And so that's basically my question, just building off of hers. And I guess just a quick statement is, at some point, I think we need to look at with costs this high, especially the overrun, I think we should start looking potentially at what it would cost to do some of these things in-house rather than contracting them.
Commissioner Sanders?
I think Commissioner Scott already covered what I was gonna ask, which was, have we done RFPs? What other types of innovative forward thinking have we put into how to address the meal and the medical pieces? I'm really curious, like, who provides the medical services? Because we have internationally known medical services right here in this county. So I'm just wondering who provides it, and have we ever tried to, find better partnerships?
Mhm.
I won't say better, different partnerships.
Administrator Joe?
Commissioner Sanders, and to some of the other questions that I heard this evening, we'll get you the answers that you've illuminated today. So we'll get those answers for you and get it back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else have any questions about this part? Thanks.
I will add just one thing on this. It feels shocking, but it is like a thing that's been happening in small increments, and they've just had so much vacancy savings that it hasn't made it to creating a shortfall issue. And so I think that's part of the issue that is at hand, but doesn't change any of the other stuff. I just want to provide that extra context. Other non-general fund technical adjustments. This is a doozy of a resolution for you all. It's $3.5 million. The first action item is increasing ARPA interest earnings by $155,000. This is for the admin expenses of primarily our former CFO managing all of our ARPA expenses and keeping Tina and I sane, so well worth it. And then the cap for $60,000. There's a lot that happens on that front. The next bucket is increasing interest earnings. This is basically budgeting interest that has already been received in that fund, that 23 and 24 numbers that we're seeing in the general fund, also seeing in ARPA. So this is allocating I should say $3 million, sorry, for 25 to 28. And that's increasing, oh no, it's $3 million total between the three buckets. I remember what I did. $1.5 million is going toward housing needs. That's $375,000 non-structurally. For you all, it's a program. It's just allocating the funding and setting it to the side. Increasing interest earnings by $900,000 for continuing to fund the Healthy Neighborhoods program by $300,000 each year non-structurally for 25 through 28. And then lastly, $300,000 for non-structural use in 27 and 28 toward the East Side Rec Center. And then the last item is just increased use of fund balance and IT replacements of $302,000. This is to offset their expense of joining the IT research and advisory group membership. That's it on the technical adjustments. So There's other questions? Okay.
All right, do we have any questions? No? All right, Commissioner Scott.
Catherine, I hope you like me at the end of budget. season. Because I know I have a lot of nerdy questions
That's okay.
and I carry the budget Bible with me.
I'm
So
glad
just-
someone's using it, so it
I
makes me
really,
happy.
I mean, I have highlighted portions, so.
Great.
Okay. One of my highlighted portions was about expenditure. And I've been meaning to ask, so in 2023 for governmental fund expenditure,
Mhm.
this is about us. I am turning the eye inward. Nobody's gonna love this. Our projected expenditure for the Board of Commissioners in 2023 was 869,000 some dollars. And for 2024, the adopted budget was 4 million.
Yes.
What was that? I mean,
It's, no,
my
it's
people
actually a
are-
good thing. It's a good
I'm
thing.
like, what was that jump? And then we go back down to 2, which I assume is some, our increase, our planned increase, but what was 4 million
Yeah.
jump?
So in the 2024 budget, we
Yeah.
shifted. So in the past, when we've had board priority allocations, we've roughly hidden them in central charges. So we've seen large jumps in the general government, but they're not really tied to board priorities. So
Oh.
in the 24 budget, we created this board priority org
Yeah.
to really highlight the money that you all are allocating towards your priorities. So that's why you see the jump. So 2024 had large non-structural contributions to East Side Rec. And then that's how we had the funding for winter, I think winter sheltering, yes. So that's what those were. The 2 million was your all salaries. You do not have $1 million of salary increases from 23 to 25. I just want that to be very clear. I'm certain that would feel lovely in your bank accounts, but is not what is happening. So that would be the ongoing structural priorities toward East Side Rec, toward the Hawk call center is reflected there. I think those are the big ones. I'm missing something though.
Well, you're right. I do love that answer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm gonna have one more question for you and then maybe I'll just stop.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get too crazy. When we were talking in the budget Bible, in revenue discussion,
Mhm.
in the clerk register of deeds, I read that the county's rate on a real estate transfer tax has been $1.10, whatever, per however many thousands. And it says the county's rate of $1.10 has been unchanged for many years. Can we change that?
Okay, Administrator Dill has an answer. It's not the one I was expecting. I know it's unprepared.
We can, it will take an action by this body. And when you say many years, I think that rate has been the same for 20+ years.
Yeah,
So,
It-
yeah.
It might be codified in state law, but if it's not, then yes, you can. change.
it might be what?
Codified in state law. We can verify for sure. Some we can, Andrew has an answer too.
It says of the real estate transactions are considered a transfer tax of $8.60 per $1,000 sale. Of this $8.60, $7.50 per thousand of the state
Okay.
and effective within proposal,
That is right.
passage of proposal A, $1.10 is the county's. The county's rate has been unchanged.
Okay,
So
I put it in there,
can
yes.
we change it or does the state have to change it?
The state would change the $7.50.
But I could change not I. We can change the $1.10.
Yes, I believe.
If- Commissioner Scott, I'm almost certain this item came up some 20 years ago
Yeah.
in this space. So I believe that this body has the authority to do that. And given the look that you're giving me, I believe that you might have the authority to do that. So
I'm just, I guess I'm thinking about what's gonna happen with revenue and things happening in this world. And if this is something that I certainly don't want to burden anybody. Don't come at me about buying a house. I get it. But like, what if I change that from $1.10 to $1.15? And how much money would that potentially impact? At the county level in terms of revenue that we might make up some lost revenue in other areas.
Yeah. We can,
Right, so
Yeah.
food for my fellow commissioners to think about, because
Yes.
it's certainly an idea I had thinking about what's gonna happen to us with money in the coming years.
and we
Thanks.
can definitely get with the Register of Deeds staff and run some projections on what each 5-cent
Yeah.
increment would raise.
That would be so incredible. Thank you, thank
Yeah.
you.
It-
And I'm gonna stop with my questions there. Thank you,
Catherine,
Chair.
you're welcome. And it might also be good to know what other, like the surrounding counties, what their rate is.
Okay.
I'd be curious.
Sure,
All
I'm
right.
hoping we'll find that out.
Yeah.
Recognizing time. The items to monitor haven't changed. I'm just gonna scroll through these. I just want to make sure we cover them. I'll be back, year-end report, March, April 2025. Still working through the 25 to 28 budget, so you're still gonna be tired of seeing me every meeting, but that's great. And then this was the questions, but we've been covering those.
All right,
It's
any more
6:15 on the dot.
questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to the second part of working session, which is the space plan update. Cool.
No worries. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Very good to see you all again tonight. Hope you're all doing well. I'm Andrew DeLue, Deputy County Administrator. I'm joined by Jason Fee, the county's Director of Facilities Management. Similar to the third quarter budget adjustment you have in your board packet tonight, a resolution asking you to take several actions related to the space plan. You heard a presentation from the consultant that the county hired back in February. That was JLL, and they gave you an overview of the space plan. It's been about 9 months since then. We have been doing work. And we did not ask you for any action at that point. And so really the purpose of our presentation tonight is to talk about what we have done, do a quick review of what was in that proposal, and then to talk about some of the next steps that are proposed going forward. Chair, in terms of questions, would defer to you in terms of whether you want to keep them to the end or just take them as we go.
Yeah. Well, maybe it would make sense for you to just go all the way through the presentation and then we can save questions for the end.
Awesome. We will do that then. And we'll try and move pretty quick. Some of this, again, is just refreshing. So in terms of what we're looking to cover, want to, again, just repeat what is in the space plan. That is still the foundational document. Would certainly love some more discussion from you all, but that has been what has really guided the plans that have been developed in terms of next steps. We want to talk about the recent work. We heard several directions from you all in terms of things you wanted to see before you took that up again. We think we've made good on that. Certainly, there's a lot of other questions to be addressed going forward. And I think for Jason and I, we feel like we've got a pretty good proposal for all of you in terms of how we'll address those questions, but have been working on this. And then we'll switch over to Jason for the second half of this, but we'll want to talk more in terms of working through the programming. The drawing you saw earlier is one of the examples of what we want to talk about in terms of some of the next steps that builds on the very high level planning that was done with the space plan, and then really just work through what is in the resolution. So we will proceed with that then. So just to spend these first couple slides going through what was in the plan again, the objectives for that, and I will say, I think for my sense, and I believe for Jason too, a lot of these still hold true for the county. We've been at this for a couple of years now, but some of the big motivators for doing this work are still as true as they were when you first authorized this work. But we see opportunities for cost savings with county buildings, and really trying to be cognizant and responsible with the funding that you all have allocated, knowing that you've got many priorities that you want to fund. And buildings are necessary to do that work sometimes, but that probably is not the end goal for many of the services that the county is looking to provide. We want to do a lot of planning, knowing that building projects can take a long time to get underway, but they also have really long time horizons in terms of the value they provide the public and to the organization. We want to make sure that we've got suitable spaces for all county services. I'm sure many of you have seen spaces that are less than ideal, or I've heard from constituents. And so know that we've got to do better with some of those really specialized spaces for the public. And then again, want to just have those not only be suitable spaces, but have them be in the right place, the right location, and be in the right amount for the public. Not too many, not too few, and really think about how we can maximize the number of spaces that we do have so that they're getting used as much as they can. In terms of the priorities, this was also in the proposal, but I think my sense, and would look for opinions from you all if we missed anything here, but the priorities that the plan was intended to address also still ring true, and so are still hopefully resonate. But we really wanted to think about how buildings support the county's mission, how they can be done cost effectively and really financially mindfully. Thinking about our workers and our customers, both safe spaces, but spaces that are welcoming and easy to navigate and are close to where people are going. We're looking for spaces that are flexible and adaptable. You know, the more people we can have in spaces more of the time, that really lowers the cost of us providing that space. We do want to think about optimization and consolidation of spaces. And I know that can be a sensitive word, not thinking about that as the right tool all the time, but where there's not a customer impact, really looking to put similar functions in the same space. Want to think long-term in terms of the county's costs here. Again, thinking that these are long-term assets, and what might be spent on a $2 million pole barn is going to be probably a fraction of what it takes to cost or to operate that structure over the life of the structure. Sustainability and the climate plan would be at the forefront here in terms of trying to integrate those and help the county meet its climate goals. And then in terms of some operational stuff, wanting to do this in a way that does not disrupt services, that does not disconnect anybody from vital county services that they're getting, but does it in a way that's planful and mindful. And then a couple, we always have to talk about parking too, not our favorite thing, but that's one that also has to come up. So the planning process, and just a quick summary, we did hire JLL. They were the consultant. They were hired through an RFP process. They started in 2022, and then they were retained by the county. Actually, we just closed out our contract with them following the presentation earlier this year, but a little bit more than 2 years. The bulk of the planning process happened from late 2022 through the end of 2023. That included a tremendous amount of engagement, and we'll get a little bit more into that, the detail there. But lots of talking to people, lots of gathering the data, lots of looking at the records that facility has, the records and processes of other groups. Have really tried to do all of the homework needed to make the right decision and bring the best recommendation, do all that we can. Lots of inputs, again, going over that. We did develop several different options, and there was quite a bit of discussion in the steering committee about what option to recommend to the Board of Commissioners. Ultimately, the recommendation that is being brought forward is the transformative case, which is the very big one. We'll get a little bit more into that. But the justification there is kind of knowing that we need to do things with all of our portfolio over the coming decades. And then again, that recommendation that came back to you from the steering committee was the transformative case and the high-level work plan. So just to, again, spend some more time on the impact and input and feedback, knowing that this is of importance to a lot of you all. And I think we really did take this seriously. We did a lot of work to make sure that we were talking both with our internal and external stakeholders. So just working through the list, internally, we did an organizational survey that went to every county employee, and that addressed both current needs and future needs of space. We did interviews with leadership of every county department or office, as well as tenant of county buildings. There were 30 in all, and those were structured with a series of organized questions that were led by the consultant. That was in addition to other one-on-one discussions that came up with many of you over the course of this project with many other employees. And then we also did regular status updates at recurring internal groups. So that included LMT, which is the labor management team. We've got regular department head and CMLT meetings. Frequently came up at other staff meetings as well. Really tried to not only get the right input, but also keep people updated as we were going through this process. Externally, we set up several different presentations and general discussion sessions. We had several of those which were for the general public and not targeted at a specific audience, but we did have targeted sessions focused on local governments generally inside of the county. Also, sessions focused on service providers or people who provide, who who frequently serve the same clients as county departments or who frequently work closely with county departments. And then also talk specifically to contractor and builder groups as we were going through this. We did several customer surveys as well. In the winter of 2023, we did tabling and building lobbies. And then more recently, and I believe Jason will speak a little bit more about this, and this was following some requests from you all, we've done specific customer surveys for CMH consumers. And worked with CMH to deliver those to their users to really understand some of the concerns that were brought up around the CMH action. We have done many recurring meetings with host communities. I would say the most frequent of those have been with the group of townships around the city of Chelsea in the Western County. We have got another meeting actually scheduled for tomorrow. And then also with the city of Ypsilanti. And really have tried to say yes anytime we're invited or have been asked to talk about this. But we've also talked specifically, we've had the opportunity to present to the administration from the city of Ann Arbor to run them through the plan, from the administration from the charter township of Pittsfield, and run them through our plan as well, and just really brief them and give them the opportunity, as well as sharing our timelines, allowing them to voice their concerns. As I've said before, I think we've had good meetings, but certainly it is not the end of the engagement that we expect to do with this project. And then we've, again, similarly to internally, we've had a lot of just requests for, hey, heard you're working on this. Can you give me a briefing? Can you tell us what we're up to? How can I learn more? How can I tell the county my thoughts on this? And we've always tried to say yes to all of those. So in terms of the plan itself, you'll recognize this slide. I'm presuming this is the one that we spent the most amount of time on when JLL was here. This is not all of the plan, but I think it's probably the best summary of what is in there. Just to walk through this, because again, this is still substantially the same. The plan includes 6 different actions. The first action really focuses on CMH. And moving CMH into a new home. This plan proposes the Ellsworth location. We have some flexibility that we're asking the board to consider as we go about that planning process. Actions 2, 3, and 4 really have to do with the county's buildings, which are located in the city of Ypsilanti and the surrounding areas there. The first option, or the action 2, is about the 22 Center Street building, which is currently occupied by the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. Action 3 gets us into the Eastern County Government Center, and the action 4 gets us into the Towner campus. So with those, we're talking about all the tenants that are there currently, the big departments with CMH being taken care of in action 1. Not exclusively, but primarily in action 1 would include OCD, the courts, the health department, WHP, and many of the other tenants who are located there. Action 5 is the Western County Service Center proposal, and reminding you all of the resolution that authorized the Saline Court. There is language in there saying that this plan would include that specifically. We think that there's a lot of good reasons to do that beyond just that being included in the resolution. But that would address both the district court that is there currently and look to replace it with a more multi-use facility. And then action 6 is the biggest one. Just to preview some of what Jason's talking about, there's no next step here. The recommendation from the steering committee is this thing is so big and so hairy, it really needs more discussion before a recommendation is brought back to the Board of Commissioners. And we talked about, do you do an addition to the building? Do you do a new building? What goes in there? What else can happen with the downtown campus? But really more discussion being needed there. So since spring then, we have been busy. Many of you heard about some of the other work that facilities is underway with. And so this has happened while all that other work is going on. But we did go back and had those specific discussions to review this plan with each of those 4 host communities is what we're calling them. I don't know. I would suspect that many of you heard from them. But I think for our part, those were healthy and productive discussions and got a lot of good compliments and thanks for being involved. And just desire to see where this goes for the county going forward. We did have some initial planning work that was done with the health department. They've done a tremendous job. And I think many of you know, probably Board of Health members specifically, some of the long-term concerns that the health department has on their space. And they have done some of the preliminary programming work and other things that are going to be proposed for the next step of this project. And so spend a lot of time talking with them. Excuse me. We also have spent a lot of time talking about what is planned for around the city of Ypsilanti, specifically both the Towner campus and ECGC. I think there's a lot of interest there in both those sites and what it could do for the city, as well as the services that those sites currently provide, and a lot of concern about making sure that the residents who rely on those buildings to receive services are still able to access them. So what we have tried to do so far is talk about options and talk about how those could be incorporated inside of the plan. I think from my perspective, we don't have definitive answers there yet, but are still open to those and feel like the planning process that we're proposing would be the right avenue to address those concerns. And then also spoke to, I think many of you were aware of some of the approaches to the county about other spaces that were not at the Ellsworth site. That did get some of our time in terms of reviewing that. And again, those types of opportunities which have changed since this proposal was first drafted we've tried to address them in terms of the resolution that we're asking the board to address. And then finally, that CMH Client Advisory Group, just to really address that specific question. So I'm just going to go through this slide before handing over to Jason, but one specific request we've gotten many times, and this is dense, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but happy to talk later, was what will it mean to move the location of the court for current court users? And so we were able to get data from the District Court Administrator, Lisa Fusick, and she gave us information about the home zip codes that people who have criminal cases heard at that court are coming from. So what this reflects are cases heard from January 1, 2022 through September 27 of 2024. Post-COVID, there's been a whole bunch of changes with COVID, but we wanted to have something that's somewhat reasonable. This does not reflect case types that are being heard remotely or do not typically require an in-person presence. But just to orient you to what you're looking at here, across the top, you've got different sorts of groups, and we've tried to look at this in different subsets in terms of the types of customers served by that court. The number of cases in that group, I'll say that cases does not necessarily reflect the number of people who would need to travel, but rather, is maybe an indicator of the amount of business. How that breaks down on a monthly amount to give you a sense of some sort of regularity. And then the size of the group. Then from there, the last 5 columns show what's an average current distance to the current location and how that might change if court functions in the future are moved to either the 14-1A location or the Towner location. And the summary there is that, most people are traveling some significant mileage already, up to about 22 for all defendant group, down to about almost 5 miles for defendants from 48197 and 48198, but all of them would see that increase if court operations were to move to 14A1. However, if that were to move to Towner, there would still be significant distance, but typically it goes down just a little bit. And so I would offer this in terms of not being certainly exhaustive in terms of recommendation, but we're really trying to do the work here and again, understand the impacts of court locations and how that fits in terms of how it might be easier or harder for people to get there. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening again, Commissioners.
One second, sorry. I'm wondering, Caroline, do you want to ask your question now before Jason starts? Do you want to wait until the end? Okay, thank you.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Switching gears just a little bit, I thought this would be helpful. So this is a snapshot of a industry standard from master planning all the way through construction. So what we've completed, the table in green is what we've completed to date. And the next step on deck are really the boxes in blue. Those are the next steps that we're asking for approval to move forward. The boxes in the orange, yellow color would be what would be a future action that we would bring back and say our plans are solid, our estimates are good, and we're looking for your approval to move into the implementation and construction phase. So just as a quick recap. So moving in, again, diving a little bit deeper into the details. So this is a chart of work that we recently completed with Health Department. This is a graphic representation of what work will be moving forward pending approval. This is a summary sheet of all the different groups, subgroups within the Health Department and how much space they need as a department and how much space they need building overall. And the difference there is really the corridor circulation, kind of shared common space. So this was a very important exercise and really is the foundation to get us moving. Next up, continuing, this is a bubble diagram. And again, this is still in moving from programming to early portion of schematic design. And this really helps start to show a graphic visual representation of moving from the Excel spreadsheet into eventually into floor plans. So this is, gets a lot of people excited because it gives them something to grab onto and start to see the vision and where we're heading down the road. So this also, at this phase of the program, you really start talking about spatial relationships, which teams need to be together, which teams don't need to be together, defining those frontline services and teams that need to be up in front by the customers versus back of the house administrative teams. Moving on, switching projects, but again, this is another recent example of getting closer to the end of the programming portion of the project. This is the early version of the pole barn facility that we're looking out at Zeeb Road. So this is nearing the end of programming, and what you'll start to see is more and more refinement and details. This will make sure we accounted for all the staff or the operations or special systems needed that go into a building. We'll also work through any special needs, support needs to make sure that operations run smoothly. We'll also bring in some initial engineering just to make sure we're on the right track. And then again, at this point, it's a great milestone point to check in on estimates and look at value engineering items as needed and if needed. Also, we start to make some decisions about, major components, brick versus glass versus, one story versus two story type of major decisions. So that gives a quick snapshot of what we're asking for and some recent examples to help visualize what we're proposing. So the next couple slides I wanted to lay out kind of our strategy we've been thinking about internally and some specific things we want to really dive deep and tackle and get some feedback and input on. So what we would do is put together an RFP for an architectural team to help us out through this next stage. Bring together and restart or start the space plan committee to help us guide and direct us with the many decisions that are ahead of us. Also, dive deeper. The work we did with JLL was really high level. This is really diving down deep into the details. We're going to account for every employee, customer space, equipment they may need, shared spaces or common spaces. So it is a very large information gathering exercise, if you will. And I also like to let folks know it really is, we're not locked into concrete or stone at this point. I mean, this is where ideas will be bounced off, sub options will be brought up, ideas will be exchanged. We may look at, a remodel versus a new build. So there's a lot of information gathering and a lot of opportunities still for feedback changes into the overall plan. So next up would be, we looked at grouping it. So CMH, as Andrew mentioned earlier, is up first, but really our facilities in the city of Ypsilanti are up on deck. So we thought it really made sense to combine 2 and 4 and probably even run 3 parallel, because there's a lot of overlap between those different facilities. Couple other things just again to highlight on this slide. We've been working with DHHS on a lease agreement, and we're making some good progress there. Looking forward, I think Towner campus gives us a great opportunity for space. I think potentially on how this next step goes, we might even have some extra space that we can get creative with or reprogram and have some flexibility. So super excited about that. Also super excited about opportunity to make a big investment in the Towner campus, which is long overdue. Next item up, again, staying over in the Ypsilanti area. Action 3 is again taking a look at ECGC and what functions make sense to go to 14A1, what functions and options and opportunities to look at to move out to the Towner campus. Again, also at this point, the ECGC will also look at options and bring back ideas and continue to take your input on the future of that building, if we move forward with this plan and what we could possibly do around that. Next step up then is moving out to the west side of the county. Again, a few highlights, just to make sure we really spend some time and take a look at that multi-purpose building and get that right and incorporate, what potential court presence could still look like out there, or what other county functions could also possibly utilize that facility. And then also continue our conversations and look at, purchase versus partner with an organization out there versus lease. So all those are items that will be looked at as we move into the next phase. And then again, also, what do we do? Future options for Chelsea Courthouse, should we move forward with a different option? Apologize, it's a little small, but wanted to give a rough schedule. So this is our best thinking at this point. We do have a lot going on currently, but we really want to get this project out of the gates and get it moving. So we think, with the help of an architectural team, get on board and help us really start with the programming, schematic design to design development. Again, this is preliminary, so if we can improve on this, we certainly will. But there's a lot of information, a lot of work ahead of us. So we're anticipating these durations to get us to the next phase. So to start to summarize a little bit, resolution, what's in the resolution tonight, really just a recap of receiving the conceptual plan that we worked with JLL, create the space plan committee to help us guide and bounce some ideas off of before we come back to the full board, authorize us to dive deep and look at those options. Again, make sure we didn't miss anything on the first go around, really work with the departments and fully understand their operations. Again, reach out to the customers, make sure we're working and aligning the best plan that we can for customer service. And just bring back and make sure that, the original space plan was good, or if we missed something, to update that plan, or as new information comes available, changes, feedback, et cetera, and then work towards a plan that we can bring back and say, yep, this is a good plan, it fits with the cost, and bring that back to the board for future consideration. So with that, I think we're ready for questions.
Okay, I've got Commissioner Sanders in the queue first, and then Commissioner Scott, and then Commissioner LeBar, and then Commissioner Machewski.
I had a question about the surveys with county employees. Did you, you said all participated?
Correct.
Um,
If I may,
mhm.
all were invited to participate, not all did participate. That was done early in the project. I think that was late 2022 when that went out.
Did you have participation from either court?
Yes, we did, from both courts. There were participants in the survey.
And so you got consent and permission to
Yeah.
distribute the survey?
The courts
to-
were also participant. I'm sorry.
Don't go ahead.
My apologies. I will try not to interrupt. The courts were also participants in the steering committee, as has been talked about many times. I think we try and, invite all parts of the county to participate in this work.
Okay. It's good to know. Space plan was important to them, right?
Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
Thanks. One question I hadn't, I don't have enough in total information yet to necessarily know, but I know I've talked about this before, about the Z Road location. And if anybody in this space plan reached out to talk to Hazmat and TRT, and they were good with not needing space there.
Correct. Yes, I did reach out to them and update them with where we were at with the progress, and they were looking for much bigger space than we could accommodate out there.
Okay. And then my second question is, in your slide, what's in the resolution? You said you see, oh, look at that. God, I don't have to look at my little screen. So you'd like a steering committee and then major decision points go to the steering committee and then to the full BOC. And then the next bullet point or point here confuses me a little bit. So this is allowing flexibility, which is probably good when we think about this. And it brings it to the committee for review and approval before proceeding. Does that mean it goes to the committee for review and approval before proceeding to the Board of Commissioners?
Mhm.
Or just proceeding?
Everything is, we've tried to frame it so that all of the big decisions will be coming back to the board. Things like any new sites, any budgets, all of the big stuff would come back to the board. So we're looking to use the steering committee as a sounding board before we come to the board and, be able to bring things here that we think will have a good chance of success. But our intent would be, have staff do the work, be able to bring things regularly to the steering committee for advice and as a place for modification. But everything, it wouldn't formally come through the steering committee. We're not asking necessarily for resolutions or like a new Ways and Means Committee or anything like that, but use it as a sounding board, but everything would again come back to the Board of Commissioners for action as a board action item.
Okay, thanks for the presentation tonight, for the continued iterative work on the space plan, for taking into account feedback that we've given you. I'm not sure where I'm going yet tonight on this, but I want to assure you that if my vote is not what you want to hear, it's not because I don't think you're doing a fantastic job. Okay, please know that. Okay.
All right, Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. Andrew or Jason, could either of you explain a little bit about what the absence of a seated space plan committee has meant in terms of connecting your work that you're doing within the organization and the community in this body? Has that been helpful, unhelpful? What do you think there?
Well, I think it would certainly be helpful, and I'd love to hear from Jason with this too, but I think helpful as we get into more of the in-depth stuff. I think, we certainly feel like what's been done so far is credible and represents kind of the long-term needs of the organization, but knowing that as there are decisions that need to be framed and brought to the Board of Commissioners, that there will be other considerations and just will need a more rigorous process for that. I think it would have likely been good to have that in place before as we've developed this. And it's been suggested by yourself even, a couple times, which is why we're, I think, recommending it now is like a useful tool. I mean, I'll say the board's got a variety of advisory bodies. I think certainly see the respect that you all have for the advice that comes out of those groups, and would want to do a similar structure here just to make sure, again, we're vetting stuff, being able to bring you all the best possible recommendation for what are some pretty big and long-term really substantial decisions for the county.
Yeah, I asked just as it relates to that because I think, I know certainly I do not have any expertise in construction, land acquisition, building redevelopment, none of that. I think you are sort of living in and of a world there that moves in its own ways, at its own paces, and has its own market forces and legal force and all that. So it seems like you're sort of cut in half between trying to answer the technical nature of the building question, the intricacy of, where you cite anything in any community, and meeting essentially what flies with the policy board. So I'm also sort of trying to think, because I want to give you the go ahead to continue doing the things you need to do. But I also don't want to lock us into final decisions now by virtue of voting for that tonight. I think what you're telling us is we would be giving essentially final say on spending a relatively small amount of money to sort of continue planning and due diligence with an anticipated end point on some of these decisions, but not a guarantee, not a lock-in, not an inflexible way that we couldn't undo in the future.
Correct. And I'd love to hear more from Jason. I'd say in terms of what should probably be on the slide, there is $295,000, which is requested to fund those next steps. I would say those are very They're not, it's not an insignificant amount of money, but in terms of the total, hundreds of millions of dollars that are in the space plan document is relatively minor. And so certainly those bigger decisions are not guaranteed. And who knows if even the board would be interested in taking them up in the future. But yes, an incremental step here.
So significant, but not permanent necessarily.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, Commissioner.
Andrew, you may, and
I'll just say, we've been very sensitive, I think, to some of the outstanding questions. And I think to your point in terms of, where our knowledge is and what we know versus what you all hear and what you know. There are gaps there, right? And I think the steering committee can help address those. But we've also really tried to be thoughtful in crafting that last section here about the places of flexibility and where stuff is working and where it's not working. And certainly don't want you all to feel like in receiving this plan, that it will develop and proceed exactly as is defined here, right? There's lots of things that we don't know. We want to do better at this and certainly want to give you all the assurance that those big decisions are not happening without your approval, but also that we will involve the right people and hopefully give the right sort of boundaries or guardrails for how this will proceed going forward.
okay. The only thing I'd say is, I don't know how to say something that has sensitive ramifications without, some level of either caution or, screwing it up. But when we're talking about CMH, I want to err on the side of what is right for the clientele, the people that receive services. And I suspect that's a unanimous opinion around this table and certainly on staff. I don't know with that larger population of both folks who receive services, their advocates, their supporters, all that, I don't know always the right way to garner that input. But I suspect that will require more direct attention from CMH as an organization to help us get that feedback. And I do want to flag too, I think that's one I'm struggling with where that's where I think I'm ultimately going to end up. But I also am cognizant that right now it's seated primarily in the eastern part of the county, at least in terms of the headquarters. And I'm sensitive to the fact that if we move anything out of 9897, that can have ramifications and it can exacerbate certain broader conditions that exist and that we have sought to ameliorate or to improve. So I'm very sensitive to my colleagues on the east side in terms of what they are hearing and feel they need if there is essentially a service hole in that physical infrastructure. Just as I'm sensitive also, candidly, to any constituents that would be impacted by the siting of any future new service. But obviously CMH is near and dear to my heart. So whatever we decide on that, I hope you'll lean into this body and the CMH board for engagement with that population. And I just said to colleagues, regardless how the vote tonight goes, I'm open to hearing what you need and what areas we can find compromise, accommodation, and other steps. So, and Andrew and Jason, thank you. I know both of you work diligently quite a bit, and none of this is, forgive me, fun. So thank you.
Administrator Doe.
Yeah, I just want to layer quickly, Commissioner Labarra, on some of what you lifted up today. I just want to make it clear to this body that this is really setting up the framework for continued discussion around this, engagement with all stakeholder groups and decision-making. The framework for decision-making will come back to this body. I just remind all of us that we are making long-term permanent decisions with space planning. Those decisions in some instances will have a 100-year timeline. So we need to get them right. We need to make sure that the operation of those programs is maintained and is enhanced by any kind of adjustments to our portfolio. And then lastly, quite honestly, we talk about it a lot in administration. It isn't the cost to construct or change an operation. It is the operating costs over the life cycle of that building. So if you're talking about a 100-year timeline, you can imagine what that life cycle looks like, those costs look like. So for all of those reasons, and to your point, and the points that I've heard around the dais this evening, we have to get this right. We have to make sure the engagement is right. We have to make sure that the folks that we rely on to carry out the operational components are comfortable with whatever we move forward. And I want to just say one last time, every single decision, every single resource that is applied to the space plan will be approved by the 9 of you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe to start off with a couple of comments. So I'm supportive of the flexibility language that's been written into the resolution. I think that's mandatory when you're going through a process like this to have the staff that we have at the county, that we've hired at this county to be able to explore options and alternatives as they go through this process. This is, I think space planning is something we've been talking about for 3 years at this point. And if you didn't have the ability to explore different options that might result in more efficiency or better situation, we might be talking decades before we ever get this done. So, you know, I'm supportive of that language that's in the resolution tonight. My second comment would be that, and I may have missed this, but in reading through the space planning documents, I didn't see anything in there about access to public transportation for these potential sites, and I want to put that out there. For me, that's a criteria, especially if we're talking about consolidation, that the people that are going to be using these facilities will have public transportation to get there and not have to get dropped off somewhere and then walk a half a mile to get there. So that's an important criteria for me as well. A question about court records. I know that was referenced in the documents for the board meeting, the digitization process. So I know this is a huge deal at the Chelsea location, because when you go there and you see the boxes and boxes stacked upon each other of paper files, what is the potential for delaying some of these building projects simply because the digitization process hasn't been done yet? And what is going to be the process for hiring a company to come in and potentially do that?
I can touch on that. No, that's a great point. Jeff Rose and I have had some initial conversations with the courts, which tend to be, I think, the biggest producer of paper documents. It's a staggering amount of space across the county that's occupied by file rooms, and we've started those conversations. And yeah, I don't think that would slow us down on the building. It's something that we have to do our homework on, and it's a task that Jeff and I are going to continue to work on here, and keep that moving with the process. But great opportunity for efficiency there.
Jeff has his hand raised on Zoom.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just raised my hand actually to make sure that you knew I was here in case any additional questions came up around the digitization. But to answer the one question that was on the table, we would treat this like any other service. And there's a handful of companies out there that do what I would term a turnkey service, where they actually have the high-speed equipment to make that process fast and efficient. And they can do it a lot faster and a lot quicker than we can do it with our internal resources. The stuff we do today for the courts and other operations, where it takes us probably a week to do what we can accomplish in probably just a few hours with these organizations that have this high-speed equipment. So we would take it out to bid, but I don't look at it as the long pole in the tent. We'd be able to accelerate that process using these partners, and we wouldn't be holding anything up.
Thank you.
And Chair, I'm going to hold my last question until the regular meeting when this item
Okay,
comes up. Thank you.
awesome. I'll just add a few comments. I know I've said this before at the last time that we got this presentation, and I've said it a couple times in private conversations. Regarding the CMH concept, I am from a user standpoint and a constituent services standpoint, less interested in centralizing CMH services and more interested in making sure that residents from every corner of the county have better access to CMH services. And I know we might be able to save money long-term on the like operational costs for a facility, but I'm not necessarily convinced that that's actually going to be better for users. And I know that Commissioner Machewski brought up transportation. It, maybe I'm just like jaded at this point, but I have a really hard time believing that we're in the next 20 years going to get to a better place with public transportation, especially in light of recent events and thinking about the more rural parts of Washtenaw County. Not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm just trying to be realistic. And I really do care about like folks who are in the more rural areas of Washtenaw County who aren't getting any services right now because transportation is too big of a barrier. And so how can we use this process to think more like CMH hubs throughout the county rather than just one facility? And then I'll just say, like, obviously, a lot of this space plan will impact District 6 in downtown Ypsilanti. I'm excited about the opportunity to see how we can use the space plan process to help uplift the city of Ypsilanti because there are a lot of challenges there that are out of their control. And I think there's an opportunity to reshape downtown in this process. And so I do just want to say, despite my pushback on the CMH concept, I am really excited about conversations that we've had here just among staff, but also with some of the staff and with the mayor of the city. And I've soft launched some of these concepts to residents too. And so I'm excited to have more public conversations with residents about how we can, make some long lasting improvements for the city. Those are all my comments for now. Does anybody else want to add to this? Commissioner Abbey?
Thank you, Chair. I will also have more comments during our regular meeting, but I guess I just had a question to start and then a quick comment. And in the interest of time, I'll save the rest for later. But the steering committee that you already have, is that the steering committee that you're planning to?
No, so the steering committee, and we can run through the list of names that's in the.
Yeah, I read
Okay.
over it. I was
But
wondering if that's an existing steering committee or.
It was ad hoc for the purposes of the development of the JLL proposal. What's in the resolution, though, would be a different makeup. Proposed there would be the county administrator, designee, director of facilities management, CFO, as well as 2 or 3 commissioners, depending on the interest of the board. But that's also in the
Well,
resolution.
so I guess, yeah, I mean, I just generally feel like, I don't know if this is what Commissioner Labar was trying to say or not, but maybe it's the same, maybe it's the opposite. But I think that given the ultimate decision-making authority of this body, I know that sometimes committee processes can steer the ship and wag the dog, so to speak. And I am a little uncomfortable with the concept of having a steering committee as it's involved in this when we're ultimately the ones that are going to have to make the decisions. So that's my question. In terms of a statement, I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I'm there on this. And I think the mental health consolidation is a big part of it, but there's a lot of other elements in here that I don't agree with, honestly. One of the things that you guys have heard me say loud and clear that I'm going to just say again, and then I will stop talking so we can move to the next meeting, is I do not support the sale of any county properties. I know that you guys don't have that language in here, but I feel like it's sort of going right up to that cliff. And even though you're not saying the words, I still am concerned that we're moving in that direction. And that makes me really queasy. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will have more time at the next meeting to discuss this. And unless there are any items for current or future discussion, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. I didn't ask for everyone.
That's enough time.
just a moment. We had to have enough agendas for everyone in the We're good to go. We're good to go. Calling us to order at 7:30. That says 7:29, but all right. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Ashley, you want to get us started with a roll call?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Lepar,
Present.
Commissioner Wright,
Present.
Commissioner Marchewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott. Here. Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right, team's all here. Well, welcome everyone to our November 20th Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. We're going to move into our public participation phase. There's a lot of members of the public here, which is great. We didn't have so many last time. So if you are here and you want to give comment, you will approach the podium, you will state your name, city, or township, and you get 3 minutes to speak. We start off on, you got a nice color-coded light system at the podium. Starts off on green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then gets to red. When it gets to red, you got to stop talking. I got to enforce the rules equally on everybody, so don't go beyond the 3 minutes. If you're joining us via Zoom, you will hit the raise hand icon. I will call on you. You will state your name, city, or township. You'll get 3 minutes. There may even be a timer on the screen to help you keep track of the time. And perhaps music to close you out if you go beyond the 3 minutes. That's happened once before. If you are joining us via Zoom by phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. I will call on you. You will hit *6 to unmute yourself. Same rules apply. You will state your name, city, or township, and then you will get your 3 minutes. If you do not state your name, city, or township, I will have to remind you to do so for our minutes. Otherwise, Ashlyn will get upset, and we just really can't have that. All right. Anybody in the room want to give public comment? Come on down. The podium can also move if it needs to be moved to better suit your height.
I'll just lean.
You may.
Dirk Mayhew, Ann Arbor, thanks for the time and opportunity to speak. Our new sheriff-elect is sending around invites to join public policy committees. One of them is transparency and accountability, and as I got to thinking about that, that's what drove me in tonight. I think this body is well suited to get engaged with that. And there's a bunch of reasons. First off, there's a bunch of you, you're engaged in your local communities and you know people, you know a lot of people. You could pick the right mix of personalities, skill sets, backgrounds, points of view to make a good cross-functional team. But mechanically, if I recall correctly, the chair can swear people in to compel testimony under oath. And in terms of transparency and accountability, I think that's a pretty powerful tool in toolbox. This body can ask contractors to come in and open their books. If you're trying to track public money through private hands to see if it's moving efficiently towards the services that we pay for, that's huge. Last but not least, it might be the best idea we've got, but it's not great to pick your own oversight. Ideally, a different body, a different group of people would pick those people. So for those reasons, like advise and consent, for lack of a better term, for the power to compel and for just checks and balances reasons, I hope that y'all will consider taking an active hand, at least in this transparency and accountability choice. And honestly, I think if Sheriff-elect Dyer were here, she'd agree this is a better way to move forward. We're just cutting new territory and we're figuring it out as we go. So thanks very much. And Chair Hodge, if you can start that music. I didn't get any walk-on music. But, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have control over the music, unfortunately. All right. And for those of you that haven't attended a meeting like this before, we don't respond immediately. It's not because we don't want to, but we have to follow a process. Everybody gets to speak and then we get to respond back. There's unfortunately not dialogue. You can engage in dialogue with us at many other occasions, such as the Yusuf and You coffee hour, or many other opportunities. Anybody else in the audience like to give public comment? There was no one else in the room for public comment? All right, that's all right. Ashley, do we have anybody online that'd like to give public comment?
Yes, Chair, we do. We have Jennifer Brasso.
All right, please state your name, city, or township, and get your 3 minutes.
Jennifer Brasso, Dexter, Webster Township, and I'm also the finance administrator for the health department. I wanted to speak with you tonight regarding the employee background check policy that I learned about as an open item due to reviewing the BOC material. I would encourage the commissioners ask HR and Corporation Counsel what level of engagement occurred with departments. I encourage that you ask how the impact on HR within the cover memo could be noted as none. I encourage that you consider how a new employee may feel operating in limbo with no formal hire date and what the financial impact may be on them. For instance, if someone gives 2 weeks' notice to their current employer and finds out that their orientation date is pushed back another 2 weeks due to their pending background check, I believe that there is a potential to create financial hardship. I encourage that you amend the policy language to require a standard response time for background checks to be complete and to hold HR accountable for meeting the standard. I agree that background checks are important, but this policy is vague and there are unintended consequences on new team members coming in. We will likely lose out on qualified applicants due to our inability to give a true orientation start date. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online for public comment?
No, Chair.
No, okay. Last call for anybody in the room before I close public comment. Going once, twice, 3 times. All right, that's it for public participation. Commissioners, anybody want to respond? No, okay, well, we will move forward then. We're gonna take one item out of order here. We're gonna have the administrator give his report now.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners and audience. A couple of items this evening, beginning with the cybersecurity update. I'm joined by Bill Bretschneider. I don't see Bill in the audience. Is he here? Bill, come on up. And Jeff Rose is on remotely. We are going to give you just a real quick update on the cybersecurity initiatives at the county.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Bill Bretschneider. I'm the Cybersecurity Manager for Washtenaw County. We're pulling the presentation up now. Excellent. So the purpose of this meeting is to provide an overview of where we stand, the challenges we're facing, and the steps that we're taking to safeguard our systems and data. The public sector has become a prime target for cyber attacks. Breaches can disrupt critical services, compromise sensitive data, and take months to recover from. Our role is to ensure we stay ahead of these threats to maintain the integrity of our operations. Across the country, cyber attacks on municipalities have been on the rise. Ransomware and phishing attempts are becoming more sophisticated, while new threats like AI-driven attacks create additional challenges. Locally, neighboring counties have faced ransomware attacks that temporarily shut down services and exposed vulnerabilities. These examples remind us that no organization is immune. So, while we do not know the specific dollar impact to Wayne County, multiple services were impacted. This includes jail operations, inmate bonding, and attorney scheduling, as well as the Register of Deeds having to close. McLaren Health also was targeted by a ransomware organization. We also do not know the dollar impact for this incident. However, they did have to return to paper charting. The dollar amount of these incidents are usually measured in the millions, and a technique called double extortion is usually used. In those circumstances, a payment is demanded to decrypt the information gathered by the threat actor, and another payment is demanded to prevent the release of this information. Our county has taken meaningful steps to strengthen its cybersecurity posture. We've implemented modern tools like advanced firewalls and intrusion detection systems, and we've emphasized employee training to mitigate human error, a major factor in cyber incidents. We've also established an incident response plan with accompanying tabletop exercises to ensure we can react swiftly to any detected threats. That being said, challenges still persist. Some of our systems are outdated, which can increase vulnerabilities, and cyber criminals continue to develop more advanced techniques requiring constant adaptation on our part. In the past year, we've blocked roughly 2,000 phishing attempts. We've ensured that 98% of county managed systems are up to date with critical security patches, and 86% of employees completed their annual cybersecurity training last year. I'm hoping to target in close on the 100% mark for the current training that just launched last Friday. While we've had some minor security incidents, they were resolved quickly, and we've used those experiences to further strengthen our defenses. Moving forward, we're focusing on 4 key areas: strengthening endpoint security to protect our devices and data, implementing systems to streamline log collection and reporting to ease incident detection, enhancing our incident response capabilities to address threats more effectively, and upgrading legacy systems to reduce vulnerabilities and improve overall security. We plan to continue partnering with regional and federal cybersecurity programs, as well as Corporation Counsel, to enhance our threat detection and response capabilities and policies, respectively. Lou Danner is here. He has worked very closely with me, reading through many policies that I'm hoping to get in front of you. So we ask for your continued endorsement of proactive cybersecurity policies, such as mandatory employee training and regular system audits. These measures are essential to ensuring our defenses remain strong. Cybersecurity is a collective effort, and by staying committed to prevention, we can minimize risks, ensure service continuity, and maintain public trust. In conclusion, cybersecurity is not just about protecting systems. It's about safeguarding the services our residents rely on. While we've made great strides, the evolving nature of cyber threats requires us to remain vigilant and proactive. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions or provide additional details.
Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I am wondering if, I think I asked this question a lot. I hope that you didn't say it and I didn't miss it in a menopausal moment. Do you think that having our emails migrate to a .gov system would provide us greater security, or is that just a myth that I have in my head?
I don't know that using one over the other increases security per se. I do think it would inspire confidence in the recipients of our emails knowing that it's coming from a .gov address.
Hey, Bill, this is Jeff speaking. If I can add a little bit of context to that. How are you doing today, Commissioner? What the .gov really tells you is there's a level of security that you have to have in your overall cybersecurity profile in order to qualify for the .gov. So the .gov itself isn't what's providing you the extra security. It's telling everybody else out in the world that you have adhered to a certain level of conformance to standard like a NIST or like us. Our framework that we adhere to is called CIS controls. And what I can tell you is we're making steps to become compliant with CIS controls. And that's the critical thing. And that's the important thing. We actually have qualified for the .gov domain. The Treasurer's Office actually uses it today. They're the only group that uses it today because there are certain interactions that require it. So from a security posture perspective, we exceed the levels that is required for the .gov. The other thing to understand is moving to the .gov domain, it's not an easy lift. It's millions of dollars and months and months and months of work because it essentially touches almost everything that we do with our infrastructure. So it is something that we actually have on the radar screen. It hasn't risen to the point where we believe its priority exceeds other things that we're working on with the limited resources and limited funding that we have. So hopefully I didn't just muddy the waters, and hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you. I don't think it muddied the waters, but it was discouraging to hear about the costs. I would think I mentioned this before when we had Homeland Security at this meeting our last meeting, that there are different grants, I think, that come through about them for cybersecurity and things like that. So it's probably not a bad idea for you to just kind of work or get in touch with Ben
Yeah,
Panett.
we're working, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are working directly with Ben, and we're already getting those grant dollars that are attached to the Homeland Security grant. They're not significant. They're not huge dollars, but anything that we can bring in to invest in improving our cybersecurity posture, we do. The state of Michigan has also just freed up some grant dollars that are part of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that was passed in the federal government a few years back. And we're working hand in hand with the state and with the board or the committee that's actually monitoring those dollars and divvying out those grant dollars and applying for those. And we'll take advantage of that as best we can as well. So the grant dollars that are out there, we're definitely aware of, and we're definitely pursuing.
That's good to hear. I know they're a drop in the bucket compared to what you're talking about, but every little bit counts. So
It all helps. It all helps.
thank you.
All right, who's next? That's it. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Bill. One other quick item for the board. As you know, I've indicated that we were going to take our show and administration on the road and do an engagement and listening tour. This is one of the strategies that we wanted to employ to respond to our engagement survey. I just wanted to give you just a real quick update on how those have gone so far. We have met with 3 different employee groups: OCED, the Towner Group, Towner site is the second area, and then at 2140 Ellsworth. Those employee groups totaled on average about 25, so I'm pretty pleased with the turnout. And there's some themes that have started to emerge, and as I committed to you all, we would author a final report. But I wanted to just give you guys really quickly the items that were certainly universal in terms of concerns from staff were the vesting period for new hires, the PDQ JAQ process, approval and improving negotiations, the recommendations around negotiations, improving that process. And then lastly, there's a strong desire to continue to work for Washtenaw County. And that runs counter to some of the narratives that we've heard throughout the negotiating process. By and large, we heard universally that they were pleased to work for Washtenaw County. We had several brand new employees that were inside of 6 months of employment who said it was really the best place that they've worked thus far in their career. So we really want to build on that momentum. So I will have an update for you guys at some point in the future. We have a listening session scheduled for Z Road tomorrow, and I expect to hear some of those same kinds of things. So with that, one other thing, if I may, Chair, just one other thing. SIMCOG is hosting an economic development input opportunity tomorrow at Washtenaw Community College. It's from 9:30 to 11. I'm sorry, it's Friday. Sorry, it's Friday, 9:30 to 11 at Washtenaw Community College. It's an opportunity to lean in and engage in a process. This is a process similar to what they did in Wayne and Macomb County. So again, an opportunity for us to engage, and I just wanted to share that with the board. That will conclude my report.
Kind of think you're saying our meeting should go after midnight, because you said it's tomorrow. So I mean, it would be technically correct if we go after midnight tonight.
That's not what I was saying.
Okay. All right. Just checking. All right. Move into liaison reports. Anybody have a liaison report? Commissioner Maciejewski.
All right, thank you, Chair. Oh, Administrator Dill took my first one, the SEMCOG thing. So the second one is from the Board of Public Works. On November 2nd in Freedom Township, the annual agricultural large tire recycling event occurred. They collected 16.36 tons of agricultural and large tires, filled up 2 semi trucks. That brings the 4-year total to nearly 100 million tons of tires collected.
That's a lot of tires.
So thanks to all the staff members that were involved in that. They had 30 different farmers come this year to drop off tires. So continues to be a great event. So.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. Just quick update, liaison report on the Continuum of Care meeting. I think many of us were at the Washtenaw Housing Alliance event on Monday. I believe I saw Commissioner Scott and our chair, Commissioner Hodge. I don't know if I saw anyone else. Commissioner Light, you may have been there. In my mind, you were. So yes. We had 2 really remarkable folks come and speak who are youth at Ozone House, who are participating in a really fantastic program to sort of get candidly the input from those recipients of services into the actions of the county and the nonprofits we work with in terms of how we address youth homelessness. These young women, Lamaya Brown and Lakaya Webb, came and spoke today at the Continuum of Care meeting. And I want to, fully acknowledge my own shortcoming that I had personal reservations in 2017 when we created the County Youth Council, that would not be as impactful as it has been. So I just wanted to draw attention to that because I think that's a really innovative program. And I think to some degree, our youth council has helped encourage that. So I hope we'll keep that going. At the COC meeting, we did a few things of note. The biggest one for this board is in the next several weeks, we will get from OCED the gaps analysis that's been referenced. And I want to highlight this during liaison report just to say, is not intended to say, this is a list, fund me, fund me, fund me, gotta. It's designed to give us a full and complete picture of the need that exists, how we can fund it, how we can't, and so that we're more fully informed. And so I just wanted to reach out on behalf of the COC to make that point here tonight ahead of when we get it. That, and I do want to applaud the COC staff and the nonprofit providers for their work around the PIT count, which is coming up in January, and their use of the HMIS data system. All of these things sound dry and odd, but they will make greater sense in the future. And I do want to note the great work of the staff over at OCED and the partners with Continuum of Care. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else for a liaison report? Commissioner Light.
I had a pleasant weekend. I was able to attend the African American Cultural grand opening, and Commissioner Sanders was also in attendance. It was very nice, and so I urge everyone to make sure they go out and check out the museum. On Monday, I was able to attend. So first of all, we have to congratulate Washtenaw County because this says Ann Arbor area becomes the first destination in Michigan to achieve destination verified status for accessible travel. So as of November 18th, the greater Ann Arbor area proudly announced that we were recognized for the first destination in Michigan to be to have destination verified so that a global accessibility platform is here. So congratulations to us. And that was with the will of the world. So that's what I did on Monday. And then yesterday I was able to tour our amazing Ozone House, just all the great things that they are doing with the youth, the homeless youth there. It's beyond amazing. And the funding that we have provided, it is being well used. So that's it.
Thank you. Anybody else for a liaison report? Nope. Okay, I have a few. Who? Commissioner Robbie.
I had my chair lowered so I could eat, be closer to the table. So, I'm not actually just this tall, it's just the chair. So a couple things, environmental council meeting, went really well. A couple things to report back from that. One is there was a lively discussion about trees, and the need to, preserve our mature trees in the county. And so this is something that a lot of the folks on our environmental council are very passionate about, and they did pass a resolution. I'm passionate about it too, just as a, because we have seen a lot of loss in terms of our, mature tree canopy cover, recently, whether it's, road projects or, other things. And just the resolution that they basically passed and are sending to us, and I believe the chair of the environmental council is drafting a memo to the board, basically outlines, some recommendations of how we can do a better job as a county organization of, preserving our mature trees. And I guess the last thing I'll say about that is just, there was a lot of conversation about how planting new trees makes us feel good, but doesn't have the same impact as preserving those larger trees in terms of the carbon, sequestration capacity and so forth. The second thing that we talked about, I actually put forward a motion to, take a position for this board to take a position. And unfortunately, the timing is all very, crunched, so we may not be able to actually do this, but there's been a series of bills introduced around, gravel mining in the state, and, they're really bad. And they basically create a right to mine act, and make it so that local planning and zoning, local townships basically can't work to stop them. And so I'm hoping that those do not pass. And it's something that I'm sure MAC is already engaged on, fighting, but, yeah, but we just didn't have time to get a resolution together here. But, if for some reason it's still, actually, it still might be kicking. Our next meeting is December 4th. It still might be kicking around out there. So it may still be worthwhile to take a position on it then, because there's still 2 weeks of lame duck after that. And it would be great to get our, lobbyist on helping to push back against that. So. Parks Commission update. Did you want to talk about Parks Commission too, or? Okay. Just a couple things. We did our master plan approval. So we've had this long master plan process, a lot of public engagement. So we did, there was an approval vote on that. In other news, at Parks, we did purchase a property, at our last meeting in Commissioner Light's district, I want to say. It is a very small parcel, but it is right on Whitmore Lake Road. And it's a vacant parcel, and it will help with access to the, rapidly expanding, Whitmore Lake Preserve. And so it adds another potential access point. They're going to gauge whether access through, there's like a kind of a wetlandy type area in the back there. They're going to gauge whether we can create access there, but either way, it would be, they're probably going to put like a parking lot so people can actually get in from Whitmore Lake Road, to that preserve. So, so that was a purchase made. And then we, went through our priorities for Alpac. We reviewed Alpac's priorities and approved priorities that, that you guys put forward. And then, for NAP, Natural Area Preservation Program, did the same thing. So we got to kind of see what, potential purchase of development rights or, fee simple purchases are coming our way in the next year. So a lot going on at Parks. And we've been talking a lot about Eastside Rec Center too, which there's some components of, later on in the meeting for the budget supplemental. And I'll be asking about some of that later. So thank you.
Thank you. To your point about lame duck and then the time left on resolutions, I want everybody to think about if there are any bills in the legislature that you'd want us to pass a resolution on. Start thinking about that, because we could do it at our December 4th meeting, and then engage our friends at GCSI around that as well. So I think there's still time for that. Commissioner Beaman, were you indicating you wanted to speak earlier? Nope. Commissioner Scott.
This actually wasn't necessarily a liaison report, like about an official committee, but as a member of the LEPC and EMS Commission, I had a visit to HVA and talked to them about the work that they do and went to the dispatch center. They are very amenable colleagues, for you to come and visit them and look at the work that they do. It is, as somebody who works a very complicated always moving job, that was even more incredible to watch how things worked and to talk about the scope and breadth of what HVA does. I'm hopeful that we can have HVA, and I know we have an ongoing question about dispatch in this county. So I'm hopeful that we can have HVA potentially come to a meeting in the new year. And I'm also looking to talk further with HVA and other entities to help further my goal of having Washtenaw County be the number, the state leader in the number of people who are trained in hands-only CPR. And HVA seems eager to work with that. And I'm hoping I'll start that process with you, my colleagues right here on the board, and get you trained in the new year. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, had an Urban County Executive Board meeting, as well attended. I'm hoping that we will be able to get the few municipalities that aren't part of the Urban County to be able to join in the coming years. I can understand maybe why they haven't wanted to before, but we could probably be pretty persuasive. That's a goal back there, but we're gonna do it. All right. And then we had Brownfield. It was one of the shorter Brownfield meetings that we've had. Nothing super major coming up. We'll have a public hearing when we have that. Nathan's not in the audience today, so yeah, there's certainly no Brownfield magic happening right now for us to be concerned about. We had our Ann Arbor Spark Board of Directors meeting. The main chunk of that meeting, or I think the thing that was the most interesting from the meeting, was to talk about, we got a presentation from the University of Michigan about their long-term plans for developing campus and the kinds of partnerships that we're looking to be able to build with that. The key thing that Spark was interested in is the conference center and hotel that will be being built, along with the rail that will connect the entirety of campus and beyond. So stay tuned for that. I mean, that's like I think it's the 2050 plan or something far out. So those are the big things there. We had yesterday, the Advisory Council on Reparations met, and they were joined by Clerk Kestenbaum to give a long history on Washtenaw County government and areas in which county government may have perpetuated harms that the Advisory Council on Reparations would like to look into. They are eagerly awaiting the start of the new racial equity officer and the being able to work with that person. That's it for liaison report. Well, we will keep it moving then. We have special orders of business. All right, so these are exciting. So a special order of business is like public comment, except you can only talk about the item that is here for the special order of business. You still get 3 minutes. Same rules apply. You can approach the podium. You can speak for up to 3 minutes. Starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then gets to red and you got to stop. Same thing on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you will raise your hand. I'll call on you. You'll state name, city, and township. And then if you're on the phone, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. But you got to keep your comments focused on the topic of the public hearing. If you deviate from that, I will interrupt you and then just try to get you back on track. But please don't do that. It's just no one enjoys that. So I'm going to open. The first public hearing is on the proposed 2025-2028 quadrennial budget reaffirmation. Public hearing is open. Anybody want to speak about that one? Anybody in the room? Come on down. No, nope. Actually, anybody online? All right, well, I'm closing the public hearing. All right. The next one is a public hearing on the proposed 2024 millage rate. I am going to open the public hearing. Anybody in the room want to speak to that? 3 minutes. Up to 3 minutes. Anybody online? There is no one online or in the room. Public hearing is closed. Okay. We will move on to appointments. So appointments, before I do this, 1 second. Never mind. I'll ask you later. Would somebody like to move the appointments, please? Is there a second? Is there any discussion on the appointments? It's to one committee. We will have many appointments at the final meeting of the year, but this time we're just looking at materials management. Any discussion? Nope. We are appointing to the materials management planning committee. That is a good question because it's not showing up in the board portal. It generally works for me, but there's nothing that Ashley, please.
Chair, Theo Egerman is online
Oh,
and can
Theo.
answer questions. if
Yes,
you'd like-
Theo, please present yourself. Show yourself, Theo.
Sorry, just 1 second. I have to promote him to panelist.
Okay.
Now he should be able to join us.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? I'm seeing ahead now. This evening's appointment is for James Nicholson. He works for We Care Denali, and the reason why I've selected him to join the committee and encouraged him to apply is because We Care is the only compost facility in Washtenaw County that accepts food waste, and that's a priority, is to remove food waste from landfill or from the waste stream as part of our jails.
Great. Anybody have questions for Theo? It'd be nice if we could get him to be able to appear on screen when we have special guests, but no. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Theo. So you're saying this is the only person that qualifies for this position?
No, there could be multiple people that apply for this position. I contacted We Care Denali because they are the Ann Arbor site that accepts food waste. And I asked them who would be a good representative from We Care to sit on the committee, and they said James Nicholson would be a good fit.
And so is this spot for somebody who represents like a composting facility that accepts food waste then? Is that specific for that?
No, the statute says you have a compost facility represented. I specifically reached out to the Ann Arbor compost site because they accept food waste. And that's something that I want to encourage and promote as a part of our plan, because depending on the estimates, it's somewhere between 20 and 40% of the waste stream is organics that goes into a landfill. And that's a priority of mine to remove because it has a great greenhouse gas reduction if we can remove that from the waste stream. So I want somebody who could speak to that and be knowledgeable in order to help us expand and reduce that.
Okay, thank you. So the term that the city of Ann Arbor has a contract with We Care, does that coincide with the term of this person's appointment?
I'm not familiar with all the terms of Ann Arbor's contract. It's a 5-year appointment, but if they lose their seat on the facility, that's something that we would discuss, and it might be something that we would remove their appointment and have somebody else who's a representative of the facility. It just depends how we want to proceed at that time.
Okay. I'll probably vote no on this just because again, I'm not a big fan of putting corporate individuals on commissions generally. So this follows in that category, especially not knowing the term of the contract with We Care in terms of their contract with the city. So.
Okay, anybody else? No. All right, Ashlyn, let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
May I, Chair?
Yeah, what?
Uh,
Yes.
We need to get Commissioner Somerville on the phone in order for her to vote. So we're working on setting that up right now.
Yep, okay. Commissioner LeBar.
Chair, any context you can provide on that, just if somebody's watching in what we're trying to accommodate Commissioner Somerville with?
Yes, Commissioner Somerville is in the building and she was present during working session, because if you tuned in live, you watched her run working session. She is experiencing significant pain from an injury and is in the space right around the corner there. And in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, we are working to be able to allow her to participate remotely. And it is taking a moment for us to have the technology set up for that. It's all in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. Don't worry about it. We got it. We're good. Terrence, can you go open the door and just have her yell through the door? She yelled yes, and she yelled yes. Thank you.
Appointment passed.
All right. Congratulations to the appointed friend. All right, we will move in now to the consent agenda. We'll look for somebody to move the consent agenda. Is there a second? Okay, there were no communications, I think of particular note this time around. But, you know, we'll keep an eye out on Livingston and Ottawa. And other than that, we are joined by our treasurer, who is here to speak with us during report of the treasurer, which is in the consent agenda. Come on down, Madam Treasurer.
Good evening. It's
Good
good to be here and to be able to congratulate each of you on your reelection. And Mr. Chair and honorable commissioners, I appreciate this opportunity to be able to make a report to you tonight and a request. I'm speaking tonight on the reclassification item that you have in your budget. I wanted to say a couple of things in preface to this. Number one, I was offered the opportunity to meet with your leadership committee. And I had an opportunity, Commissioner LeBaire, Commissioner Sanders, and Commissioner Hodge. And I really was able to explain the dynamics to them. I would like to bring it to the rest of you. And if anyone has any questions, try to answer them this evening or answer them individually, if that's what you prefer. My office, my staff, and I followed the process for requesting this reclassification. There was a question about why is this outside of the process? We followed the process. And in fact, we've been following the process ever since the MAG study was implemented. Administration has acknowledged there were some ruffles in that when it first came out. With anything of that magnitude, there usually is. Many things were fixed, but the reclassification in the Treasury office has not fully been fixed. It's not fully equitable. I will give you just a very brief overview. We have completed job descriptions for every single position, taking a look through what they used to call a PDQ process or something like that, but we went through every single job description and really identified and honed down to what the position was and what the position was comparable to in other parts of the organization. The proposal was, I would say, about halfway accepted. And that portion that was accepted through all the levels of bureaucracy is in your budget reaffirmation resolution. And I want to thank staff for that, and I want to thank leadership for that. But there are 5.8 positions, union positions, that were not at the level we believe they should be, and then 2 management positions that are not at the level. The 5.8 union positions, only 2.8 of them are general fund. The other 3 are funded out of the tax foreclosure prevention. These are accountant positions that they have different titles like social worker and senior foreclosure prevention person or senior treasury accountant. And they are equal and do the work that the senior accountants in the finance department do. And that for equitability, they should really be classified. They're currently recommended at 114. They should be at 117. And that's what the equal or equitable position in finance is. The other two positions are the banking manager and the person who backs up the banking manager, the receiving manager. They supervise people as well as handling all the money that comes into and goes out of the county, $1 billion a year. And their job functions, when you factor it, really factor to something like a payables manager in the finance department. Those also are non-union. They're at 119. Ours are factored in at 117. So I am requesting that those additional reclassifications go into your, that you authorize those to be put into the reaffirmation budget. There have been some calculations done by finance and our budget analyst that would cost $14,009 next year. Over the course of the 4-year budget, it would cost a little bit more each year. My budget analyst has also told me that we are over budget this year in interest income by about $250,000 a year. And one of those positions is what's creating, or two of those positions really is what's creating that interest income for you. So if there was an issue of where to find the money, because I know you're always told, well, if you want to add this, where are you going to find it? Carryover from this year's budget in the Treasury office would, if it were carried over each of the 4 years, would pay for that increase. And it would be equitable for the staff and the union staff. And with that, I thank you. I thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them.
Any questions, friends? Commissioner LaBarre.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Treasurer, could you tell us just a bit about how long, on average, your staff has been with you and their importance in terms of the operation of the treasurer's office?
Much of my staff in the accountant positions and in the management positions have been with me for some time. My chief deputy was here before I was with the prior treasurer. My tax foreclosure people have been with me since the law changed in 1999. And the turnover that we have had some really massive turnover since the pandemic. It was all in our frontline positions. And those positions are being recommended to be factored appropriately. And I think that we have stopped that bleeding.
Thank you. Chair, I'll try and be brief, but just respond to that. And Commissioner Sanders, I apologize for the volume of this microphone. It wasn't intended to offend there. There's much I could say, and this has been an active year in the treasurer's office. I will say this, I think sometimes it's best to look forward and look at the capacity of an office that going forward will be one of 3 of the 5 countywides, or 60%, that will have a first-time occupant in that office. I fear because of a lack of the vetting process that takes place in a competitive campaign, sometimes those issues and the importance of office don't get fully aired out, explained, and contextualized to the community. I'm also cognizant that in Catherine McClary, we have someone who was first elected in 1974, who served for 14 years on this body, someone who was first elected to the treasurer's role in 1996. And I did today look up with great detail some of the past elections and some past campaign documents, the timelines and so forth. And I'm left with the impression that whatever happened earlier this year, going forward for the next 4 years, I think we have a joint responsibility, the 9 of us at this table, to help the countywides and the offices succeed. And so I'm speaking at length just because hopefully what I'm saying is clear and hopefully other things are drawn from it. But I would like to find a way for us to help the treasurer's office succeed and would be happy to meet with anyone else here. And hopefully me saying this in this way and being circumspect in other ways, hopefully that carries weight with you, my colleagues. And Chair, I appreciate the chance to say my piece.
I always enjoy a good Andy Labar monologue. It was pretty good. All right, Commissioner Light.
It was kind of, Commissioner LeBar, if you could just kind of just spit it out, because I'm not clear to exactly, I'm not sure what the issues or things that may have occurred at the treasurer's office. And as far as election, there were no issues or problems, not legally. So I just kind of spit out what it is you're trying to say, because it's like we beating around the bush. We want to make it clear we do have students here. So I'm not clear to what you're indicating to what was not. We want to make them succeed because our office is successful. So I'm just not clear to what it is that you're trying to get to.
If you'd like to respond to that, by all means, Commissioner Labar.
I would love to respond to that. But maybe the more prudent course of action is to pivot my comments to say, I think it's been an active election year, and I think we should go forward. And I am trying to show both grace and restraint and hope that that is seen, because I do think the success of the office is important going forward. And I want to see that office succeed, as I know we all want to. So, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Light, with that hand. Sorry, go ahead. Commissioner Light, go ahead.
So I can say this with confidence that our new treasurer will do a magnificent job. She has been with the county for some time. And Catherine, thank you for your hard work and for keeping our office above water all of these years. And I'm just going to say this, and this is not to be nasty, but just because the way that the election went, with the way that folks got in on the election, don't be upset of the process. You had every opportunity, if you wanted to become the treasurer, to do so, and you could have spoke to her and said, hey, you know what, I think I'm gonna run respectfully. So if this is the issue, just say it. But like you said, we're moving forward. So your personal issue on the way that our incoming treasurer ended up going ahead, she had the opportunity, she took it, she ran, and she won. So that's where we are. We're gonna move forward, but let's leave our personal feelings about the way election was ran amongst others, but this was not, that was a low blow, and that's not what we're about. This board is about business, and we handle our business well, and that kind of, this isn't the time for that.
Are you, Commissioner Labar, well, Commissioner Sanders has her hand up. Commissioner Sanders.
I think I just want to remind some folks that this salary disparity, I think, was brought to our attention some time ago, and I was pretty clear, Catherine, and I'm glad that we're mature enough that I can still call you and you answer the phone. But I said during that time that I was upset that there had not been any action taken in order to try and level the pay field for those in your office. So I've said that to you before. I am glad that it's now being addressed. And I just think that we should be cognizant of the fact that it doesn't have anything to do with the incoming treasurer. That it's about trying to make sure that those staff are being compensated appropriately based on their importance and the work that they do on behalf of the county. So I was a little miffed before that it was clear that they were being, that the scale was below what it should have been. And so it would have been nice to see this done earlier so that we didn't have this appearance that it has something to do with the changing of the offices. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to respond? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that, I think that our treasurer, Catherine McCleary, has long thought about working, doing work through her office to look out for what's gonna make things better for people in Washtenaw County. That I have been consistently impressed by the cleverness with which she approaches situations of trying to keep people in their home. I think she has an incredibly complicated job and she is savvy about markets and bonds and how to do things for the benefit of this county, not for herself, but for the people. And she was thinking equity minded before people started talking about being equity minded. I appreciate that we have an attempt here to try to pay people to get them to where we think they need to be paid for what they're worth. I may have liked to talk about it more before this to get to that point, but I do think that what Commissioner LeVar says is correct. I think we need to move forward and we need to set up this next office for success. Because regardless of whether someone is qualified or not to do the job, it is a damn big job. And so let's make it the easiest possible that we can, so we can continue to see the successes coming out of the treasurer's office we already have. Thanks.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Okay, well, most eventful consent agenda we've had in quite some time. Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Well, I appreciate your comments of support, and I'm hoping that the reclassification can be moved in total into the reaffirmation budget. And I regret too, it's taken this long, but I've followed the process.
Thank you. Administrator Dill would like to say something.
So thank you for the conversation, but let me be clear. We did all follow the process. The process is what got us to this point. And Catherine, to be quite candid, you and I have met on this item on a number of occasions. And it was our joint goal to make sure that you had an audience with this body so that we could create that path moving forward. So I don't want that to be lost. The process worked the way that it should have, and that is what led us to where we're at today. So thank you all.
Thank you. Anything else for the consent agenda, friends? All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, consent agenda is passed. We are going to move on to resolutions. I'd look for somebody. Now, this will be the last time this year that we have first reading items. Anybody want to read the first reading items? Move them. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to move the following resolutions. 1A, a resolution to adopt an employee background check policy from Corporation Council. B, a resolution approving the 2024 third quarter general fund and non-general fund non-structural budget adjustments. C, a resolution accepting the space plan from facilities. D, a resolution requesting the approval of state of Michigan appropriation and creation of an additional 5 FTA positions to reduce caseloads from the prosecutor. And E, 2025 to 2028 budget reaffirmation.
Is there a second? Anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Seeing none. Let's begin discussion. Who wants to discuss? Commissioner Robbie,
Thank you, Chair. I don't have to raise my hand anymore.
I can just feel it.
Yeah. All right, so I have pretty much questions on all of these. So starting with the background check policy. Reading the actual policy, one question that I had was on item F, around a promotion of a current employee. And it says it is they shall submit to an updated background check in relation to the new position or reclassification, must be completed before promotion or transfer can be approved. I'm just trying to understand what our staff member that was on the call earlier was referencing in terms of the timelines. So if we're promoting folks or if we're hiring new individuals, does this policy have any reference to a timeline? I don't see it as I'm reading it. I don't see it in here, but.
Okay. Yes, good evening, everybody. So it doesn't refer the timeline because the reason is that it is for the department head to work with HR to make sure that they can determine when these things can happen. So then that person knows exactly when your promotion is going to take place. And I believe the question in regards to the timelines were about new hires though, as far as sending that offer letter. So when the offer letter goes out to the new hire, it has a exact date of where they're going to be for their orientation date. And what happens is that a person will have that orientation date and start, and their background check is not complete. So what the policy is directing the department head, once you know that you have somebody who you want, you need to start coordinating with HR before you start hiring somebody, sending out the letter, bringing them in, and then HR finds out once you've already started the process of submitting all the paperwork. So it's a way to try to allow the department head and HR to be able to work collaboratively to actually effectuate a true date and knowing that the person is actually qualified for the job in which they were hired for.
Okay, so there could theoretically be delays in terms of when we hire somebody between, I mean, there is going to be a delay, but it doesn't sound like we're really accounting for how long that process could take necessarily, whether it's an internal, and it sounds like there will be a delay, whether it's a new or an internal promotion, and also item G speaks to people that are temporary employees becoming full-time county employees, having to go through that as well.
Right. The process typically takes from 1 to 2 weeks, Commissioner. There are some exemptions, like for example, in my case, where the sheriff's office had to pull information from other country, that took longer, but typically it is from 1 to 2 weeks. So that would be the delay. What we are trying to avoid is what Lou just mentioned. Currently, we extend offer letters saying that those are contingent to the result of a successful background check. What happens now when something major is found out on the background check is that the employee is already hired and then we have to withdraw that offer letter. So we want to avoid that and we want to have the results before we start the employment of the candidate.
You done for now?
A lot of questions over here.
Yeah, I know. Well, I got the queue going. I've got, okay, I've got Commissioner Sanders and then Scott and then, no. Are you saying you're not in the queue at all? No, okay, sorry, I misinterpreted the hand. Commissioner Scott.
Well, thank you so much, Chair. I have a lot of questions. Get ready.
All right.
Sorry. What are we looking for with background checks?
So the background check process is twofold. There's actually two types of background checks, and the background checks are based on levels of what are you going to be doing for the county. So if you're having something where you're going to be engaging in highly sensitive information in a great situation of trust, that background check is going to include more than just looking at whether or not you've, committed certain crimes, whether or not you have lied about what's actually on your application, because a part of the background check is to make sure that what you put on your application and resume is actually true. So that's generally just what you do for everybody to make sure that things are accurate. Another thing is for certain people, we may go through a credit report. We go look and see what type of debts you may have and things of that nature, which is typical for people who are going to be handling money and things of that nature. You also want to know about whether or not their educational history is actually accurate. You want to also know if the position they said they held, they've actually held. So it includes basically going over all of that information, and then there's kind of a list of making sure that your address is what you say it is, that you actually have a state driver's license, that you actually can drive in the state of Michigan if you're required to drive here for a job. So it's basically making sure that you actually fit in all the categories that you have claimed to fit.
So to me, thinking about a background check as a verification of credentials seems like one thing, but what I'm hearing about what this is doing is something entirely different. My first response is like, oh my God, well, it's not the Pentagon. Like this is, and I'm not saying not that we're doing is not serious, but I am taken aback when you're like, I'm going to check somebody's credit. Knowing that the number one reason people go bankrupt in this country is because of medical bills. So I might not hire somebody because of a credit rating that's dealing with money because they had a bankruptcy in their background, because they were sick or somebody in their family was sick. This really, really, I see you, Guillermo. This really bothers me. It bothers a woman who gets divorced may have a credit rating that is impacted from not at all her own actions, but because of what happened in her marriage. That credit rating, alarm bells are ringing, and I'm feeling mad. You probably feel it. I'm not mad at you.
No, I really
I'm mad
understand.
at the idea of it. So a verification of credentials is fine. I want to also know, do we have at the county a ban the box policy?
Yes.
So we have a ban the box policy here
You talk about related to our applications?
related to people who have been previously incarcerated.
Yes.
So if we have a ban the box policy, but we do a background check that shows somebody was incarcerated, our policy really means nothing then, doesn't it?
Guillermo, go ahead.
Take the first. And
Yeah,
I'll
please
do
take it
the
first.
second.
Yes.
Take the first.
So for the first one, Commissioner, the great history, we only apply that for managerial and executive level positions. The purpose of that,
Pardon me, I don't care.
okay,
I mean, I could be the world's best manager and I could have had a bankruptcy in my life because of whatever happened. There are millions of Americans who went through bankruptcy in the last recession, and it does not mean that they're not good managers or executives.
understood.
Okay,
And-
so respectfully, I don't care is the
Yeah.
nicest way I can say that.
And the reason why is that there's a difference between, we're not going on your credit rating, right? Just because you have a low credit score, that's not where you're actually looking at. The credit score is not the relevant portion. The actual credit history is the relevant portion. So if you're saying, for your example, you have medical bills and those medical bills just mounted up, right? The person who's doing your background check can clearly see that those are medical bills
Well, they
adverse
cannot,
to you.
because those medical bills get sold to a headhunter company. And so it doesn't show them as medical bills. It shows them as a collection agency. So you don't know. Or, thank you, Commissioner Beaman, somebody has paid their medical bills because they had a credit card and they're trying to pay their medical bills through their credit card. You don't know based on that credit history what somebody's moral status is by looking at a credit report. And to me, I know, I'm so sorry. It sounds like I'm yelling at you. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not personal at all.
I'm mad about the
By all means.
situation. And
By all
so I
means.
just want to be clear, I'm not yelling at anybody. But to me, to have impact on budget is false. It costs money to do this. Impact on equity, false, because there is definitely an equity issue here. The impact on human resources is huge. Like, to me, I just don't understand. I guess the easiest way for me to say, and I'll let the other people in the queue go, but there are a lot of holes in here. And I don't mind the idea of a verification check on somebody's credentials. I think that is 100% fair. I think we're going too far. And as the policy stands right now, I'm going to be a big fat no.
And the policy actually is exactly what's already happening.
Well,
So
then look for policy to come to
Yeah.
this table from me that says to stop doing that.
And I completely understand that. It was just the fact of if employees are already subject to background checks. And the fact is that then we have no policy on whether or not somebody is subject to background checks. We've had issues have occurred up multiple times where a person is not getting a background check and they get hired, or the person's background check was not fully actually vetted and done. And
Right.
then we have where we're using the taxpayer resources. And I understand that I would, be happy to exclude certain checks from the background check process, but the idea that we don't have a policy at all for background checks, I believe would not benefit us as an organization as a whole.
Administrator Dill wants to get in here, add some context.
For one more clarification, because I know I said it, but I had that question about if we have a ban the box policy, but we're checking a background check to figure out whether somebody has been incarcerated or not, what does that mean about our policy?
Well, what I look at it as is this, is that it means that we may not ask you on the application, but if there's a certain position, say you want to be in children's services, and now you have convictions for child molestation and those things, if we don't know that, and then now we're putting that person in front of somebody's kids, that creates a problem of us not even wanting to know. Now, there's a difference between us not asking you on your application because we don't want to automatically disqualify you, but at least to allow the people to know to make that decision. It's not saying that anyone will be automatically disqualified. What it says is that the person who hired you at least knows whom they're hiring before they put them in a position of trust or put them with somebody else's family. And then something bad happens, and then it comes back on us that, oh, well, we didn't vet this employee, and then they've done this. And it's to try to prevent that harm. So we never want to automatically exclude a person, but whoever's going to hire somebody should be making a thorough and thoughtful decision before they place somebody in the position of the public trust.
Now, listen, I'm no expert on the law, as I said here before, but I think that understanding issues about people, repeat offenders who are childhood predators or pedophiliacs is well known by the court system. And I think when those people are released from their time incarceration, they have limits on them already imposed. Now, finding out somebody did that and saying you can't go work in children's services is fine. But if we've banned the box and somebody has been to jail, and if we believe that jail is supposed to be rehabilitative and they've done their time, we shouldn't be keeping them out of jobs or having them be concerned that we're going to do a background check and that we're going to find out that they were previously incarcerated and not hire them. That's not something I want people to feel like in Washtenaw County. So I'm going to shut up. And I'm going to listen to what Administrator Dill has to say to us and listen to the other questions, but I guess you know my position. Thanks.
Thank you. Administrator Dill.
I'll be brief. I would ask the board to consider pulling this item so that we can get the questions that we've heard this evening responded to, and that the concerns that you all have lifted up have been appropriately vetted and addressed.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think that would be fantastic. And it also gives me time to look at what our policy or what we're doing right now on background checks anyway, and make sure that some of the concerns I think that are very valid that I've raised here are not included in some of the issues that have come up with background checks.
Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few. I'm not going to echo everything, but ditto. Ditto, Commissioner Scott. My concern, and again, it doesn't have to be necessarily answered here, but the concern that I have is when we're looking at someone who has been already employed by the county and we're subjecting them to a background check when they are already in a position, whether that be a part-time position, a temporary position, et cetera. to do a shift, I do not agree with whatsoever. And I can say from my employer, which is one of the largest employers in Washtenaw County, that has not happened. I have changed roles several times within the organization, and I have had one check when I was first hired. And that's it. They trusted me to come through the door, and they've trusted me ever since. So that is another flag for me, and I'd like some clarity on that. Again, it doesn't have to be tonight. It could be in that, but it wasn't addressed, so I just wanted to bring that up.
Understood. And I can either address it now or I can address it later. It's fine with me to address that later, but it was considered that exact thing that you're bringing up right now. We did have that conversation as we were drafting.
All right, Commissioner Sanders.
So I was frankly very surprised that we didn't seem to have a background check process. Go ahead.
We do have a process. We didn't have a policy, and we don't have a policy.
So I actually thought that this was a good idea. I did a quick Google search for ban the box, and essentially removing a checkbox would require applicants to disclose past convictions. And what it really means is that it just delays background checks. It doesn't mean that people don't have to go through the background check, because they don't have to tell you when they fill out the application whether or not they've been convicted of a crime. So I just wanted to be clear about that. It does not negate a person's responsibility to have to go through a background check. I've never applied for a job where the application didn't clearly state at the bottom the background checks that they could and would run on you if necessary, based on the position that you held. I also have been in a position where I have had to make a hiring choice based on someone. When their background check came back, there was something in there. But that prospective employee was given an opportunity to explain what that charge was about, which then allows you the opportunity to go back and check to see whether or not the story that they gave you is actually what happened. And in that case, an offer of employment was still offered to that employee. I don't know that I disagree if I'm in a position and I apply for another position, there's a whole lot of stuff that can happen in between your initial hire and when you apply for that promotion. You literally could have been charged with, battery or theft or whatever, and it wouldn't normally come up, right? But if you're applying for a position where it's a fiduciary responsibility, and what has happened between when you hired in 20 years ago and right now is going to possibly impact your being able to do that new role, I don't know why we wouldn't want to know that. So I don't know anyone that applies for a position, a job, especially with an entity like the county, where they are not clear that there's going to be a background check. But you have an opportunity to explain. It's not like the background check cancels you out, especially if you are the chosen candidate after already going through the interview process. The employer wants you, and even if they don't, for their own liability's sake, they're going to offer you an opportunity to explain what happened. I understand what the commissioners are saying about, medical debt and things like that. I get that. But I think that is an explanation that any hiring authority would accept as valid. It makes sense, right? It makes sense that they might have this issue. And we should not behave in a punitive way because someone got, and I'm speaking as a person that was divorced. I know what it's like to have bad credit, to not get my child support on time, to be struggling, working 2 jobs, or God forbid, asking the Salvation Army to pay my DTE bill. But I do not believe that that eliminates our responsibility to the residents to know who are we hiring to work with other people and to serve the residents of the county.
Commissioner Robbie.
Why, thank you, Chair. I guess I would like to make a motion to table this item.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion on the motion table?
Just to be clear on my motion, by tabling, we can remove it from the table at a later time, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on just tabling just this one piece of this one resolution? No. Okay. Ashlyn, hit us with a roll call.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar. Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, item is tabled. We will return to it at a later date. We are all the wiser now. Okay, well, we still have items B, C, D, and E. And if there are no objections, we all have it. It is coming now. We have an amendment by substitution for B, which I think Catherine will speak more about right now. We'll give everyone a moment to look at it and see if there are no objections, because if there are objections, we will need to vote on it. Thank you. A very minor edit. Giving them opportunity to read it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, ready?
No, just give them a minute.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you for a second.
Please be patient.
Okay.
All right, now you may go ahead and proceed. It's a very small edit here.
So the edit before you is what we talked about during working session. So originally we had allocated $30,000 for cybersecurity penetration testing. There are grant opportunities available, and IT is worried that if we have it allocated, it might make us ineligible. So we're changing it to holistic cybersecurity. It can be used as matches to get grant funding. So that's it. It is really, really small, but we just want to make sure we have flexibility.
Okay, so are there any objections? Because the only change here is we're moving from we're moving to holistic IT cybersecurity from the penetration testing cybersecurity.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any objections to that? I'm just asking so we can amend this by substitution. Okay, no one objects. All right, thank you. Now we can discuss it. No, because I was asking if there was no objection to amendment by substitution. I asked her, she said it's fine. It's friendly, that's why I asked her. There are no objections. Now I've already gavelled. It's already happened now. All right, so now feel free to ask any questions about this item. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. So when you gave your presentation maybe 2 months ago, 2 months ago, there were, I believe, if I remember correctly, 3 Eastside Rec Center items in your presentation. One of them I see in here for the $150,000 for 2027 and 2028. I believe that there was also a slide that had a planned use of fund balance for, maybe that was for 2024, I thought.
Yeah, I can talk to it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, This is, so originally what we had talked about in October were 3 items. There was $100,000 structurally added through BOC priorities. There was the 150,000 non-structurally in 27 and 28 through the ARPA interest earnings that is in this item. And then the third item was a $250,000 allocation from the planned use of fund balance. What we have done in both the budget resolution before you later and this is we swapped that $250,000 for East Side Rec with the $250,000 for the salary market study. So originally the salary market study was allocated in 25 through 28. That RFP process is already underway and might have invoices in 2024. So we wanted to make sure we had the budget to cover the salary market study. So we just basically flopped the funding sources. So the East Side Rec will be funded in 2025 instead of in 2024, but everything is getting funded at the same levels. We're just making the timing work better.
Okay, that sounds good. And then the 100,000 is then in the 25, 28?
Yes.
Okay.
So you got?
Actually, I had another question too on the BOC priority funding. The 2025 winter sheltering, the 1.2 million, is that programmed or is that just reserved as a pot?
Just be reserved as a pot for you guys to program for the following winter because we have 24 through 25 already budgeted.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? About anything? Commissioner LeBar? No, that's not a hand. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna have us vote on all of the items now. Yeah, I'm like any other questions at all? Talking B, C, D, E. Not A though. Continue, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. So I guess since you're still up here, let's move to the budget reaffirmation. And I do have questions on the space plan too, but on the budget reaffirmation, I was looking over the position modifications, and it looks like a lot of them are getting bumped up by a grade. They're like a 1 grade increase for a lot of different individuals in the organization. Some of them are multiple grade increases. A few of them I saw, like the deputy treasurer, it looked like was 2 grade increase. And then there were some new positions. And can you remind me which are the new positions, just to make sure I read the chart properly? I saw there was the parks, there was a deputy administrator in parks. I thought there was something in HR as well.
Yeah, there's a talent management generalist in HR. That's a position that's currently filled and it was created through a borrowed position. Last year, it's the position that's managing professional development in the employee engagement survey. So it's formalizing the position creation to return the borrowed position that was used to create it.
Okay, and then this is another specific question, but the assistant prosecuting attorney, we're moving it from hold vacant. And the way that that's like visualized in this chart is that it's a position creation, or are we placing a assistant prosecuting attorney on hold vacant and creating a new senior assistant prosecuting attorney? Okay.
Yeah, so we're basically upgrading a position, but instead of eliminating the old position, it's being placed on hold vacant in case funding would be available in the future to have the lower graded position.
Got it. Okay. In terms of other positions being created, other than the parks position and the HR position and there was the veterans one too, right?
Yes. For the veterans one, that's just the additional veteran service officer, so they can expand service delivery, continue spending the millage dollars.
So that's all millage funded?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any others that I missed?
Like there's one more, I'm trying to.
Environmental specialist?
Okay. Okay, the other position creation is the water resources environmental specialist. That one is funded entirely by a contract, I believe, with the city of Ann Arbor. So it's also no general fund impact.
Do you know what the contract is for? Environmental specialty.
I have it somewhere, so give
Okay.
me a second.
Well, the good news is we have until next meeting, so I can always get an answer in between now and then.
Yep, I can get the specifics for you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much all that I had on this, I think. Oh, no, I did have one other one. There was a piece in here about, that seems to be amending like the board rules. What is that about? It's adding 1,000, let me find the page. This is a long document and I'm using
You want to
my
look at my
phone.
computer? You can-
Maybe. It was one of the areas that was, oh yeah, it's on page 14.
Okay.
And it's around compensation for members of the Board of Commissioners. And
Yes.
It's adding $1,000 for vice chair of standing committees. Is this amending our board rules or is this reflecting an amendment that was already made to our board rules?
This is budget policy, which is different than board rules. And it's just cleaning up what we have been doing in practice. So when we shifted from the Ways and Means to structure to the, sorry, Ways and Means, yes, I said it right. To just a first reading, second reading, we inadvertently missed the vice chairs for the stipend. So we're just cleaning up to make sure the board policy in alignment with our practices.
Okay, so, okay, this is amending basically like the budget boilerplate to reflect the,
Yeah, it's just showing what we've been doing, so those stipends are listed correctly.
okay. Thanks.
All right, good? Okay. All right, we'll go into Commissioner Scott and then I see her, and then Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the grade movements we're doing for people and how we've determined to make those grade movements now rather than with the market salary study.
I'm gonna turn that one over to.
Thank you. This is following the JQ process, Commissioner. The employees or their supervisors requested to assess the scope of responsibility of those positions. Most of them, they had responsibilities added to their daily basis, so that justified the reclassification. That is unrelated to the market salary. The market salary will confirm that our employees are fairly paid based on the responsibilities of their positions. The grades are not considered in the market salary. Basically, we are just comparing responsibilities. So this is following the JAQ process.
Okay. That makes sense, but on a kind of visceral level, I feel like I'd feel more comfortable to wait. Certainly gonna hold up the budget process with this, but I'd feel more comfortable to say like, look we're gonna do adjustments to people's grades and market salaries all at the same time, because once again, the optics of this, to my mind, mean one system for non-union and another system for union. And that's what this looks like. Looking at it kind of outside of that explanation.
Right, just to be clear, the reclassification or the additional responsibilities for these people, they are already doing it. So it is just making sure that they are compensated appropriately.
Right, I understand they're already doing that, but I think probably some people doing the work they think they're doing, that they are already doing the work and not getting paid what is the market rate for the work too. So similar argument. So if I'm following a logic model, that's the logic model I'm thinking in my head. In particular, say, if I was a nurse working for public health.
Yeah, probably it is easier to see it this way. The classifications or reclassifications is an internal comparison based on your level of responsibility with others in the organization that you are properly placed in the grades. What we will have with the market salary is a comparison with, as the name says, with market to make sure that we are competitive out there.
I understand. I mean, I am only using nursing because I'm familiar with being a nurse, but I can guarantee you that nurses in public health are doing things that are extra responsibilities that should indicate that they get paid more for those things. And they're doing them anyway because they're nurses and that's what we do. And so once again, though, that's where I'm saying, seems like they have to wait for the market salary study to get that clarified, whereas the non-union don't. And so that's where I am.
Can I say one thing to that though, just to be clear? Of the position reclasses that are on that grid, only 15 of them are non-union. The majority are union positions as well. So it's not that it's changing the dynamic, but they're it was a holistic, all the unions participated in this process.
Okay, and to be also clear, I'm not saying I want to hold anybody back from getting paid what they're worth. I'm just saying it looks like the optics are that it looks like there is a difference here. And so I'm happy that we moved that money to start working on that market salary study so we can try to start getting people paid for the work they're doing as we head into some more expensive times. Thanks.
You're welcome. Commissioner Sanders.
So the language in here about the 1.3 million for the Saline Court is misleading because the court we've approved the funding. This is in addition, but that's not clear here in our language. It says 1.3 million for Saline Court renovation costs. It doesn't indicate that this is cost overrun, that this is above and beyond what was originally approved. And I've got an issue with that language.
Okay.
Also because this doesn't guarantee they're gonna get the $1.3 million. It's an ask on their part. We're just approving it so that it is in the budget, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna be approved for disbursement for what they're saying they need it for.
Mhm.
Because we've kept our agreement. This is in addition.
Yeah, we can, provide additional language we can clarify that language as up to 1.3 million for additional Saline Court renovation costs. It is directed at the energy improvements, and that's not, or however you'd like me to put it.
Administrator Dill is going to jump in here to.
Let me just, this evening, I'd like to say we will modify the language and get it out to the board for comment. But the intent that we have heard from leadership around this item is clear. And candidly, what we have done is we have budgeted for and planned for the base project. And we are putting in the budget an opportunity for us to modify that base project.
So just for those who may not know, what is the price tag of the base project?
It's, help me here, Andrew, I think is it one?
Approximately $4.7 million.
4.7 for the base.
Well, I have you in the queue, Commissioner Light. You'll be after Commissioner LeBar.
Thank you
Is that it for you, Commissioner Sanders?
for the moment.
Okay, so I got Commissioner LeBar and then Commissioner Light next.
Two questions. One, Catherine, going forward, could we consider putting in salary studies on regular intervals of every 2 years so that we don't sort of do it ad hoc, which I understand is a necessity, but I think does exacerbate some of the tensions that exist. And I think maybe if that's a standing line item going forward, that may save us a little bit of trouble there. If that's not doable, I totally get it, but it seems like we'll need a salary study every so often just to understand the market. Administrator Dill, I don't want to prolong the discussion, but I am glad Commissioner Sanders brought up the court cost here. But I want to be clear based on what you said and what was said earlier. I think the amount that we were told by the courts the project was likely to cost, I believe it's likely to cost more than that. Is that correct?
Excuse me, with the energy efficiencies that we've discussed.
Okay.
Yes, it is more than that.
But what you're suggesting here in terms of modifications would not preclude us from having those energy efficiency modifications going forward. Is that correct, or am I misinterpreting what you're saying?
That is correct, as long as this body makes that approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a discussion that we
Right.
haven't had at this table, and that I think, we should for a number of reasons, but I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we had every intent to bring that back to you all. This is just, I'll use the term codified. This is codifying it in the budget. And we will bring it back for you guys to give us the authorization to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Light. Oh, do you want to say more?
I respond on the salary market study thing. So when we had originally brought back the each year having a purpose in the quadrennial budget, we had it as every 4 years, knowing we'd have to address it. So if we need it more frequently, maybe we do. But there was at least plans to make sure we were doing it every 4 years before we got it, the year before we got into budget development. So we would have base level information before we're doing budget development. So it would have, based on that cycle, been occurring in 2026, and we have moved it sooner, given the timing since MAG implementation.
Catherine, I appreciate that. I suspect that your knowledge of budgeting generally is much higher than mine. And so I think I understand what you're saying there. I think it gets lost in that mentally when we sort of pick it back up every 3 to 3.5 years. And so if there's a way to change the language to accomplish what you're seeking to do in a way that folks like me can understand better, I'd be grateful for that. And if there's not, no problem. But thank you for listening to me.
Yep.
Commissioner Light.
I think I was just going to, I just wanted, clarification. So the 1.3 million for the renovations, is that just like just a reserve for building, or do they need that for the total cost? And if so, why wasn't that just presented when they requested?
So I believe this is a follow-up to the menu conversation that we were talking about, where there are options that we could choose from environmentally. But we have some friends at the podium. You're up.
Yes, so the addition of the $1.3 million will do a couple different things. The existing HVAC units at the building, that additional funds will allow us to update those and electrify those units. The new part of the building, those are planned to be electrified. So if we don't proceed, we could potentially have half electric, half gas, which we can still proceed. But if we're shooting for our energy sustainability goals, that would be the preferred method. Also, this funds would put the solar panels into the project. And with everything electrified, if we move forward with HVAC electrified, solar panels would offset most of that use, and that would, lessen a future impact on operating costs for us moving forward.
Was this known that that all of this was wanted and needed initially? And why was it just ask for what you need all at one time instead of breaking it up and,
I think when we initially did the cost analysis, it was like a couple of years before the funding was approved, and we all know the cost of materials these days. Electrifying the building now is a lot more costly than it used to be, and that was unanticipated. So with the funding as approved at the 4.7 million, we are able to renovate the courtroom, but we will not be able to put solar panels on. So what that does is that the building will double its increase in its use of electricity. So when we're asking for the additional up to 1.2 million will help us put the solar panels on to then fully electric the building. And basically this building will become net zero. So it'll have no emissions cost. And so that's kind of what we're asking for with the additional, the up to 1.3 million.
and is it some, maybe other amenities that may be eliminated so that we can get our best bang for the buck?
So like up to 1.2 million would be everything. There are 2 additional options, like less than 1.2 million that would get us the solar panels that we would need to make the building fully carbon neutral, or just net zero, I don't know. So yes, there are 2 additional options that's less than the 1.2 million.
Okay, I would like to see those options.
I got Commissioner Robbie up next, and then Commissioner Sanders.
So I have more questions about other things, but relating to this conversation first, and then I'll save my other questions for after this conversation resolves itself. But on this, I think last time or 2 meetings ago, I had asked if there was a way to quantify the amount of energy savings that you were projecting. I assume that you've had time to compute that. Do you want to talk through what that looks like?
Yes. So, right now, the kilowatt hours used at Celine Court is 46,000 kilowatt hours per year, plus about 4,800 CCF units of gas being used. So if we electrify the building, what will happen is we will not have any gas costs, so those will reduce, but our electric use will double. So it'll be 92,000 kilowatt hours used. So our electric costs will double. So if we put in the solar panels, we'll have no utilities costs other than sewer and water at the Celine Court. So right now, we have not asked for operational increase in the facilities budget to account for if we electrify the building but do not put solar panels on. We do have solar panel projects in the works across the county. The idea is when those go live, our utility costs in those areas will come down, and if we do not put solar panels on Celine Court, we'll still be able to absorb the increase in the electric use. Yes, I understand. So, but with Resilient Washtenaw, one of the things that is talked about is kind of like the social cost of carbon emissions, and we do have those calculations as well. So if we do put solar panels on the building, over the course of 35 years, we will save about 1,500 metric tons of carbon dioxide emitted.
Great. All that sounds good. I guess one of the things I was wondering is, in terms of you're talking about the kilowatt hours used, do you have, I'm sure you have like how, the dollar figure of how much we like pay
Right.
consumers or DTE or whatever?
Right, so utility cost. Hold on, too many columns. Electric cost right now is about $7,500 a year. Gas cost is at about $5,000 a year. We anticipate these utility costs to go up annually by at least 5%.
Yeah, so, and Commissioner Beaman was just reminding us that we're doubling the space too. So, and the solar panels, or we're increasing the amount of space that is gonna be there. So the solar panels would theoretically, well, will cover the increase, not just the increase from reducing the gas usage, but also the increase from the increased space.
And fully offset that, yeah.
And have we, do you have like projections on what that looks like in terms of a dollar amount or?
I mean, so if basically we would double the cost of the electricity, so it would be an estimated, like in year one, it'd be like $13,000 a year, and then compounding at 5%.
Well, and counting the gas too, probably.
Well, if we electrify the building, then we wouldn't have a gas cost.
Well, but I'm just thinking like the current cost compare, or like if we don't do anything, we will still have the gas cost. And so I'm just, basically what I'm trying to figure out is like, if we do these things, what is the savings going to look like? And, you know, I mean, in terms of the investment, you know, I think it makes sense for a lot of environmental reasons, and it obviously matches our Resilient Washtenaw plan. But I want to, you know, I think it's also important maybe for some of my colleagues to see the, and myself to see the economic argument as well, which I think is there as
Yeah.
you start to add these numbers up.
So if we do the option where there's no additional funding and we just renovate the courtroom, it would double our electric use and we would still have our gas cost. So that would be 13,000 plus.
I'm looking at the
Five.
rough math I just did was like roughly $25,000 a year, something like that.
Less the first year, but
And do we have like a life expectancy of the solar panels generally?
generally they say 25 years, but probably, and my calculation goes up to 35.
Yeah, I've seen
That's
them
how
last
we
longer than
expect them
25
to
years. for sure.
operate.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sanders.
I'm interested in knowing, for the sibling courts to the Celine Court, when is the last time we've done any renovations at those locations? And I would like to be able to look at what are their utility costs to the county. I've raised this issue before that to me, it seems like there's a lack of enthusiasm about addressing the other issues that in facility issues that may be occurring at the other courts. Celine is the newest of all. And so I'd like that information. You can bring it back to us later when it gets to the point that we actually need to make a decision about whether or not to approve the cost overage. But I am asking for that information. Thank you.
Commissioner Beaman, is that a hand? It looked like a multi-part gesture, but I'll take it.
It was a flail. So thank you, Chair, for acknowledging my flail. I agree. I love the green. I love the cost savings. And I do just want to always bring back to this table that this is our only investment in Celine. This is the only presence we have in Celine. So regardless of the age of the building, I understand that we need to look and ensure that everyone is being treated in an equitable manner, but we also have to look at the investments across the county, and this is our only investment in Celine. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner, anybody before I go back to Commissioner Robbie? Commissioner Light.
Just generally, I think we need to make sure we are better stewards of how we are spending, because of what we have to come before us. So it's definitely not just saying no, but we need to really come together, all of us, and make sure that we are spending wisely. We are stewards, financial stewards of this county, and we need to make sure that we do that because every nickel, penny, and dime counts now. Not that it didn't before, but we have to be very careful on how we spend on overages, whether it's for not singling out the courthouse, but just on everything. So we should just take that into consideration and make sure that we're getting the most for our money. And it sounds like that is what is trying to be done. But we just have to be good stewards, and we really need to take that into consideration because we have a lot coming for us in the years to come.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. On the same topic, you were talking about the different sort of menu of options that exists in terms of what we could do for the 1.3 or whatever $1 million, $1.3 million. So solar panels, and then the eliminating gas, making it all electric. Are there other elements that you're looking at?
So. yeah.
Those I assume are the big ticket items.
Yeah, so like the approved budget, like the 4.7, 4.8 million, and then there are 3 additional options that lead up to the additional 1.2. All 3 of those options above and beyond the approved budget include solar panels. It's just at what level are we trying to do other things?
So the solar panels and the electrification itself is not going to cost a full 1.3 million?
That's
is what
right.
you're saying?
Yeah.
What's the price tag on that, of that?
If we just want to add back the solar panels and do nothing else, other than the renovation itself, we would need about $700,000 more.
So that's just the solar panels and that, or is that solar panels and electrification?
And electrification.
Yes.
Okay. Well, just so that, I just did rough math on like a 30-year lifetime for solar panels, and assuming no rate increases, it would be $750,000 in savings over the 30 years. I'm assuming there will be rate increases, so that the solar panels will pay for themselves. So that portion should pay for itself. However, that's just over half of the 1.3 million. So I'm just curious about what the rest of that is going to.
So there are other additional infrastructure needs at Celine Court that is not necessarily directly related to the renovation or the additional courtroom itself. So for example, after the completion of the construction, we probably need to redo the parking lot. So that's not directly related to adding a courtroom, but that would be an infrastructure need that's within that additional 1.2 million. So that's just an example of something.
Okay, I'm comfortable with the solar panel and the electrification. I think those both make financial and environmental sense. I want to understand better the rest of the overruns. I mean, the parking lot is one thing. I want to understand what else is part of it, because that's $600,000 now that we're talking about as a difference between those two figures. I don't know, this is still first reading, so we can, I guess I'm comfortable voting yes today, but I would like more of that information for our next meeting.
I like it. I like it. Commissioner Light, was that another hand?
He just, Commissioner Robbie just.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add on to that, his request, because I was whispering to him. I don't know if you heard me because the mic was on. He didn't even hear me. He didn't even hear me. You said the parking lot, it was, obviously the construction vehicles are really gonna trash the parking lot. But the parking lot was gonna be an issue anyway, so why is this in the overage and not in the original budget? So that's, you don't have to answer now. Question to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anybody? If not for them, right? So you're on the next thing.
Not for courthouse, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Robbie.
I forgot to ask this earlier, but can someone remind me what under the non-general fund, what the housing activities line is here for 25 through 28? Under ARPA?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I just had to get to the right spot. So that's another, just setting aside money for you all to program
great.
for general housing needs, whatever they would be.
And
Sure.
that's great, thank you. And the Healthy Neighborhoods programming?
Yeah, that's a program that was funded originally by ARPA. This would be continuing it. And I believe you have, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we still have anyone on from the health department, but this is, I think probably many of you on the Board of Health, Commissioners Hodge and Scott have heard of this. The Healthy Neighborhoods team is, I think what the health department would describe as one of their more successful ARPA-funded activities. With this, they have hired community health workers that go out and do a lot of case management. The request there is $300,000 a year for the next 4 years, 25 through 2028.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Scott was just whispering how terrible of a program it is, so it must be.
How dare you? Commissioner Scott. Travesty. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott.
So funny, I almost forgot to laugh. Thank you, Chair. I was actually saying what a fantastic program it was.
She was, for the record.
Whispering to Commissioner Robbie, it's been a wildly successful program. I talked about this program here at the table. I think so did Director Loveluck. This is not even only dealing with like direct health needs, but these community health workers got people plugged into eviction prevention programs and did all of the kind of work that public health does at its very best. And it has been transformative, and I'm sure it will continue to be transformative. And it is the type of thing we should look forward to thinking about doing more of and more funding of in the future as we think about what budgets are going to look like, because it has been so incredibly successful. Thanks.
You're welcome. We knew she loved the program. It's a good one. Commissioner Robbie.
Instead of joking, I should have actually asked my question on that. But I was wondering actually if $300,000 is enough. That's for 3 years, right? 25, 26, well, 4 years, right? 4 years, $300,000. Am I reading that right? Total? So
No.
reading it wrong. Andrew's shaking his head.
$300,000 each year.
Oh, okay.
For each
All
of
right.
those years.
Okay.
But in general, the program is operating at a higher level. This is using funding we have found to at least continue the program, but it would not be at the same level that it has been operating. Right.
Okay. Sounds good. I guess just we should probably keep in the back of our heads how we're gonna fund it beyond 2028 too.
You good?
I think I have only one more thought on the whole rest of first reading.
I want to hear it.
My one more thought on the rest of first reading is, you know, I am a little disappointed in the budget reaffirmation. We created a lot of positions, but one of the positions we didn't create was the county ID
Yeah.
position. And I would really like to see that needs to be funded. I think it's never been more important for us to fund that position as it is now. And so I really would like to see that included. Again, this is first reading, so perhaps it's something we could see at the next meeting, or it's something we could see next year. So and I think my other position that I really want to see funded is somebody else for the board staff to work with Ashley. I think it'd be really important to have somebody there. My priority is ID, but I think that would also be an important position to have.
I hear you and I agree with both of those. So we will endeavor to make it happen. If not this year, then the next. Well, I will work on it. I can't say we. I mean, it's not like the royal we, right? We, you and I, we. Yes. All right. Anybody else for anything? Okay, this is a first read. So all in favor of aye. Any opposed? Yes. Okay.
The voice vote. So is it possible can we poll item C? So
A is off the table.
or can we vote as we go through?
You can vote on individual voice votes, I guess. I mean, you want to vote differently on C, basically?
I'd like to vote no on C.
Okay. All right. Then we're gonna do a voice vote on all of them except for C and A, because A has been tabled. All right, so all in favor, well, if you're gonna vote no on, I need to roll call it. It'd just be easier anyway. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
I can do it. Ashlyn, let's do it. Roll call vote us for all of them excluding C.
Or you can include C, we'll just vote no.
Vote on C.
Okay, all right. I don't functionally, but okay.
Commissioner LeBar,
I'm understanding correctly, yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes, except C, which I'm voting no on C.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes, on everything, no on C.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
motion passed.
Did Machewski vote?
Yes.
Yes, he did. Sorry. Okay. All right, great. Motion passed. All right, if there are no objections, I'm gonna take a 10-minute recess. No objections? No objections. Recess. Thank you. Welcome back, friends. Thank you for returning. It was a good recess. Commissioner Somerville had to depart us, unfortunately.
No, let's not say depart.
Okay,
She had to go.
Commissioner Somerville had to leave the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I had to say it. The clerk recommended that I let the record reflect that. All right, well, we're back. I would look to someone to move the final and single reading and claims. Anybody? Commissioner Scott.
Chair. I hope I unattached my, okay, look it. I'm sorry. I unattached my agenda. So now oh, thank you. As I raise my hand. Thank you very much, Commissioner Matieski. The final reading is a resolution ratifying the signature of the county administrator on a grant acceptance with the Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women for the period of October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2027 from the prosecuting attorney. B, a resolution ratifying the signature of the county administrator on the upholding of the rule of law and preventing wrongful convictions, grant acceptance with the U.S. Department of Justice from the prosecuting attorney. C, a resolution ratifying the application submission to the U.S. Department of Justice fiscal year 2024 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant from the trial court. D, a resolution ratifying the application and acceptance of the U.S. Department of Justice COPS Community Policing Development Microgrant from the Sheriff's Office. E, a resolution to approve the amended Home ARP allocation plan and the Home ARP Supportive Service Awards from the Office of Community and Economic Development. F, a resolution adopting the 300 to 312 East Huron Street Brownfield Plan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, from the Office of Community and Economic Development. G, a resolution to accept the U.S. Department of Energy's Sustainable Energy Resources for Consumer Weatherization Assistance Program grant from the Office of Community and Economic Development grant. 3, the single reading. A resolution adopting the 2025 Board of Commissioners calendar. B, a resolution authorizing the 2025 remonumentation grant from the Water Resources Commissioner. C, a resolution to sign the interlocal agreement to opt out of a designated assessor from equalization. D, a resolution approving the apportionment report from equalization. E, a resolution to develop a recommendation for an endowment fund for the Eastern Washtenaw Community and Recreation Center from administration. F, a resolution to recognize Moon Sun, I can't say her last name. Anybody? Anish, thank you. For 26 years of service to Washtenaw County. I'm sorry, Moon Sun, because I think you're marvelous. G, a supplemental, a resolution authorizing Washtenaw County's participation in the Michigan, Middle East, and North Africa delegation trip from administration. And 4, the approval of claims.
All right, can I get a second? All right, anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Commissioner LeVar, what you got for us?
Sure. If I could just pull aside G, the supplemental for discussion, that would be wonderful.
You may do that. You may. Just pull the supplemental. Supplemental's been pulled. No, I heard you over there. Commissioner Beaman, were you raising your hand? Commissioner Robbie is.
I am raising my hand. I had a quick question on item C under final reading.
Wait, are you asking to pull it?
No, I had a question on it.
Oh, I'm still taking polls.
Oh, you're polling.
I'm
Oh,
still
you're taking polls.
Yeah.
I got no polls.
Okay, got no polls. Any other polls besides G? No, okay. All right, well, let's start with Commissioner Robbie.
I feel like I should ask a question on G just because Aaron's here.
No, but we pulled G, so we'll come back to.
No, G under final.
Oh,
reading,
G under final reading.
weatherization.
Oh, yeah.
I'm making a joke just because Aaron's here, but you know.
Well, I wanted Aaron to come to the podium anyway.
Oh, you did?
Yes, so this worked out nicely. We are vibing.
I had nothing. I was just making a joke, so.
Okay, well,
Now he's at the podium.
Now he's at the
We
podium.
successfully made him come to the podium.
Okay, you really don't have anything for him?
I don't got anything.
All right, well, thank you, thank you for being here, Aaron. So just stay at the podium real quick. So I was gonna mention this in my report, but you joined, the meeting that we had recently, the State Commission on Community Action Economic Opportunity. And you came, so that's the State Commission that I mentioned that I chair. And Washtenaw County is often, very praised for the great work that we're doing here. And we're one of the few community action agencies that still run through county government. I mention this from time to time, but when a county government loses the designation to be a community action agency, you can't get it back. So there are very few in the state that are still run through county government. We are one of them. And you gave a fantastic presentation largely about heat pumps. And if you wanted to just share a little bit about the heat pumps, I think it would be useful for people. It was certainly useful for me.
Great. So I think in that presentation, one of the things I wanted to focus on with heat pumps, since it's a topic of great interest to folks interested in energy efficiency, if I could boil it down to a couple things here, they are much more, heat pumps are a way to heat your home. It's a way to heat your home with electricity. They're much more efficient than using a natural gas powered furnace that probably many of you have. They're not some crazy technology. Your refrigerator is a heat pump. Your air conditioner is a heat pump. You're just turning your air conditioner backwards and heating your home that way. So I applied for a grant with the Department of Energy to try to incorporate more heat pump technology, more heat pump heating systems within the weatherization program, which isn't typically something that the weatherization program focuses on. We swap out inefficient gas furnaces and put a high efficiency gas furnace in. We want to switch that to electrification. One consideration that I'm looking to research within this grant is how it impacts utility bills. I think they're not a perfect solution. You have to be very careful when you install a heat pump. As I'm trying to get this off the ground, I want to make everyone understand the first part of a heat pump project is weatherization work. So you weatherize your home, make it more energy efficient, and then the heat pump can have a chance of heating the home because they heat differently. Electricity is more expensive to heat with than natural gas. So hopefully that distills what yep.
So now we've got some interest here. So Commissioner Labar was first. Is this for Aaron?
It is, but it's very brief, just since he's trapped at a public hearing, to say, I really appreciate the job he and Heidi did over, Heidi Johnson over in OCED to help with a constituent who's having a needed, timely issue, and OCD is helping them get a new furnace for their home. And Aaron, while you're trapped here, thank you. You kind of went above and beyond, and that's not the first time you've helped on this. So thanks.
Nice. Commissioner Ryan.
Actually, since similar to Andy Labar, you're trapped up here now. I'm thankful that I, said something, but really all I wanted to say was just how big of a fan I am of yours. You're doing really good work for the county. You have been for some time. I have nothing on the actual agenda item, but just very excited about the work that you do for our constituents. You are one of the reasons that I was excited to come back to the county. There's a lot of good people like you that are doing really good work. That sort of like flies under the radar a lot of times. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. This is an exciting opportunity and it's reinvigorated me in certain ways. So I'm excited to get this grant and answer any other questions.
Yes. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just reiterate all the praise and then ask a question. I don't know if you're going to know, but this has been it's kind of a general question I have. I don't know if you'll know the answer, but so when I hear about going to like an electric heat pump, and I know that I got to do my electricity through DTE, and then I think about how does DTE power us for electricity?
Yep.
And I think they're still primarily powering us through coal plants. Is that right?
That I don't know, but I do have if you'd like me to respond, I can.
Because I think you probably see where I'm going. Like, is it better for me to have a heat pump powered by a coal plant or my natural gas furnace?
Right.
Yeah. Like what's,
yeah.
Because I'm like,
I get you.
Because it's electricity doesn't automatically make it clean.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I think that the thought that I'm trying to promote is that the grid is getting cleaner all the time.
Yeah.
Just because there are some DTE plants that are probably burning coal, I don't know that there are a lot of them left. I'm sure there are still some. I don't want to delay moving towards an electrification mindset just because there are some dirty, plants still out there. I think that hopefully, as we move forward, the grid will be getting cleaner in a lot of different ways. And so we'll be ready to adopt newer technology like heat pumps now as these two things, electrification and cleaner energy, kind of come together. So cart before the horse kind of deal.
So if I get the heat pump now and DT moves away from coal energy, I'm ready to be even cleaner
Yeah.
rather than having to do an extra step to wait.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's my I don't have some data here. I can, I've been trying to kind of research these things myself as I was
Yeah.
answering this question, as writing the grant, like why, if somebody asked me, why did you do this? Like I would try to have some better answers than just like what I just shared.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Beaman, did you have a hand up? And Sanders, you did not either. All right, so we're back to Robbie.
I just quickly wanted to mention to that too, and building off what you were saying, I had a similar calculation when I bought an electric car, because when I plug it in, it's still, coal and other, but same theory as what you just mentioned, Aaron, which is like, you save the tailpipe emissions and the grid. Right now, there's a renewable energy standard of like something stupid like 15%, and that's all they have to do. But now that the legislature passed could have been better, but at least there's now a standard that's going to be increasing. As you said, by law, the grid is going to get greener, statewide, and it's going to get greener even faster when we create a municipal energy utility here in Ann Arbor, and everybody that's already electrified will get super green energy for less money. So that's something that obviously it's reinvigorates the need to like work harder. And the way I always think about it is like a battery car or a heat pump, an electric powered appliance, there is the possibility that it can get greener, whereas a ice engine or a gas stove or something like that, you can't make that greener because it's using fossil fuels on site and it's emitting fossil fuels on site. I mean, even a furnace emits some level of fossil fuel, CO2, carbon emissions. Because you have to remember that it's transmitted to your house, there's loss in the piping of it, in the extraction of it, et cetera, et cetera. So about 10% of natural gas is lost at extraction sites and over the piping of the natural gas. So, yeah, so there you have it.
Thank you. Well, I don't think you expected to talk about heat pumps today, but I appreciate your fantastic work with it. And I just wanted to give you a shout out. I mean, it's always, especially when other people from other counties are giving our team shouts out, we got to really, we got to pile it on. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Commissioner Robbie, please continue.
This is the trial court there. My question actually on this is for our HR director. Has the trial court done their employees, have they sent out the employee survey as of today? We have confirmation that they will participate in the next survey. The trial court? Yes. They've confirmed that they'll participate. Yes. And they'll participate next year.
Your mic's off.
My mic's off. When will they be participating?
When we roll out the next survey, which will be in the beginning of the third quarter.
Of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, it's on record now. You said it. I'm gonna be a yes on this, with the good faith assumption that they will follow through with their commitment next year.
Can you also confirm that I think we already know, but the district court is also going to participate as well?
Yes, correct.
All right. Trial and district courts are on board. All right, Commissioner Sanders.
I just a clarification. So is it too late for them to participate?
Yes, we ran all of the reports and department heads are already working on their action plans. So yes, it is too late to participate.
And there's nothing compelling them to keep their word next year. They could change their mind.
I don't have the right answer to that. It's a loaded question, but.
All right, anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody before I go back to Commissioner Robbie, just because, multiple rounds. Commissioner Robbie.
I guess I'll just say that, any future items that come before us, I'll just restate what I said at our last meeting, that involve the trial court, any request from the trial court, will be dependent on whether they follow through with that. So until we have the opportunity to see if they'll follow through with that, I think I'm just gonna have to go on the faith and commitment that they've made. But I just want to reiterate that I will be a no on these items, even if they're small items like this, if they choose to withdraw from participation in the future.
Commissioner Scott and then Light.
Thank you, Chair. My answer to Commissioner Sanders' question was what keeps them from going back was honor. And I'm going to hope that they show honor. And that's what I'm going to say about that. I also just want to make a note, pull out, because it has a possibility of us going over this. But I think that Commissioner Robbie and I have definitely pushed this idea through Parks and here at this table about creating the endowment fund for the Eastern Washtenaw Community and Recreation Center from admin. And I love that this is on the agenda to try to how we can develop that and create an investment strategy. And I appreciate the work that Parks is doing and that people heard this idea and went with it. And I'm very excited about what the possibilities this might offer us are. Thanks.
Thank you. I echo that. I'm grateful for the board's commitment and full cooperation to make the Eastern Washtenaw Community Recreation Center a success, and creative ideas like the endowment fund, very creative. All right, Commissioner Light.
Not to stir up anything. However, I would like to know, along with agreeing to participate or to provide the survey to participate to our employees, will there be some get right over in the trial court with treating our employees with some dignity and all the discrimination is gonna stop? Because if they're not, then it's a no for me on C. Have we gotten any answer on that?
I have nothing to add to that. Administrator Doe is unmuting himself potentially.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. We are in regular and ongoing conversations with the courts, and they have committed to participate in all activities related to creating a warm and welcoming environment for all county employees. I don't think that I can say any more than that. To the comment that Commissioner Scott just raised, I think we're relying on a good faith effort from our partners at the court.
Well, can they please put it in writing? I need to have it in writing because I don't trust that it will be done. And I want it in writing that they will participate in the survey and they will stop playing with our employees. So I want it in writing, or else it's gonna be a continuous no for me on everything that they bring before us. And I hope everyone else will agree with that. So it needs to be in writing because I can't just go on somebody's word, whether it's said across the table or not. I want it in writing and I want them to come forward and make a statement saying that they will do their best to make sure they are following the law, because they are the law, and that they're gonna participate in our survey.
All right. Any other questions from anybody? Anything? Commissioner Robbie.
I had another follow-up on item E, the endowment. Just sort of a question. Obviously, this is something that I'm really passionate about and want to see through. The one question I had was, is this creating a place for the endowment fund, or is this just sort of setting the parameters for the endowment fund to happen? Or is it actually like approving us? Like, what is this actually doing in the process?
All right.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening.
What this item does is authorize the administrator's office to work with the treasurer's office and external partners as needed to bring back what that framework will look
Oh, okay.
like. So this is not approving any specific framework. This is directing us to go and do the research and to bring back a recommendation for the board to consider.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. I think my gut now tells me, and this is me opining, and I know you'll come up with something to present to us later, but my gut kind of tells me that we should, we have, great staff that do a lot of really good investment work at the county. And I feel like we should utilize the vehicles that we have to invest the money to sort of piggyback on all the other investments that we are making. That's my gut right now, but just wanted to verbalize that as you begin your process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a layer, we will put that framework together. We'll bring it back to this board for approval. We are working with several community partners that are interested in participating. So we'll bring you back what we think will be a thoughtful recommendation.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And this is, as Commissioner Scott said, something that that we, discussed, that Commissioner Scott and I, recommended a while back. And I'm really glad to see that you guys put this pen to paper. Thank you, Chair Hodge, for your leadership on this and helping us to move forward. And I think the one thing I wanted to say that I didn't say during my update from Parks Commission is that I alluded to the fact that there had been discussions about the East Side Rec Center, and there was sort of a presentation from Coy, who's in the audience, on beginning to think about, what is it that, it's going to cost us to actually run that type of facility. And what it sounds like, and I'm just kind of giving us all a fair warning in some ways, but, I think that there is going to have to be some, commitment from the Parks Commission on, ongoing funding to help make sure that this happens. And we've already put in a lot, but I do think that we're going to have to probably step up even more and find other ways to contribute to this. And we, the Parks Commission, I think, is a willing partner and wants to make sure that we are also going to be a willing partner. And so I'm at every opportunity trying to give them, the impression and the sense that the will of this board has been that this is one of our top priorities. And I think that doing things like this and doing things like what we did with our budget reaffirmation, our budget adjustments, show that continual, commitment that we're making to make sure that this is going to be a reality. And so as we look at that budget, and it's actually, we're using, which I'm really grateful for, Coy has been using like the Mary Lou Murray Rec Center as a model for how we can move forward on the east side, which is, as I've always felt, it is something that we should try to expand upon and make an even better program than what is available to my constituents on the east side. And I sense that there's a growing warmth and appetite for this from all parties. And I think that doing things like this endowment fund will ultimately really help to create that environment moving forward where everybody wants to participate, wants to be part of this, and that there's, funds that are coming from multiple different sources to support this. And this creates that continuity. It's not just that one-time shot in the arm of, planned use of fund balance. It's actually building, what are we going to do moving forward? And the hope initially for me, and sort of the genesis of this idea came out of that unallocated portion of the 2024 budget that we put forward, that $400,000 for in 2024. So that's, in my opinion, $400,000 that we didn't spend on East Side Rec Center that we should be putting into this endowment fund to generate basically that capital investment that we can, or that investment, the earnings built on the corpus of that investment that we can use for balancing that ongoing budget.
That sounds fantastic, and I thank you for you've been steadfast on this from the very beginning, and it's great to see this kind of progress being made. And thank you to the team. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. Where's the administrator go? I see you over there, Crystal. But thank you to the administrative team for really moving this forward. Remember, we had a conversation about this a couple of months ago, and it's moving along, I think, at an appropriate pace. So grateful for that. Mr. Sanders.
I would be interested in knowing or receiving a like history of Mary Lou. We were given the history about the East Side community at Rec Center, but I would like to receive information about how Mary Lou came into being, what that time frame looked like, And what were their funding sources in order for it to come to fruition? And then I think I just want to remind us that when we were asked to approve the millage for Parks and Rec, the renewal, the Eastern Community and Rec Center was one of those things folded into the ask for us to approve that millage renewal. So I just want to, I understand that Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Scott are giving their support, but I just want to keep that in the forefront. Because it feels to me like we get 2 steps up and then there's this slide backwards. And so I just want to make sure that we're not trying to back out of what we've already committed to.
Yeah, Coy is nodding supportively and thumbs upping. Yes, Commissioner Robbie.
I guess I will build off of what Commissioner Sanders said, 100% agree with you, and based on sort of, I do want to also learn about the Mary Lou Murray history. I think that's a really good flag. And I would say that, like, based on how this has progressed, I have had similar frustrations to you. I will say that in the last month or so, month and a half, I have seen what I believe to be actual progress in terms of, and the way I measure that is on not just progress on paper, but also progress in the room of, like, in conversations with the people that are making these decisions. It sounds like there's real buy-in starting to happen. And so I feel more positive than they ever have. Not that I understand your hesitation, because there's been a long history of not, it not coming to fruition. So I'm cautious in my optimism, but I am optimistic.
Commissioner Scott.
Yeah, if I can help quell some of those concerns too. I understand that. I think I felt some of that trepidation a little bit, and I think that there was a concern about the scope of the project, before the parks felt like they were gonna get out and say, like, yeah, we're in this. They weren't sure how much we were in it, to be honest, even though at this table, we've been pretty clear. I want to say that I felt a sea change in the Parks Commissioners, when our chair came to the meeting and Chris Campbell came to the meeting, and really were other voices than just Commissioner Robbie and I assuring people. I think that helped. I think putting the money up at this board table has helped. And at this time, when we talk about it in the room at the Parks Commission, I don't feel any hesitancy anymore. I feel like people are like, yeah, we're gonna do this. And I think now that they understand the scope of what that means, it's helpful. And I think that there is a lot of really effective discussion about how Mary Lou Recreation Center gets subsidized, and how we are going to have to do the same thing at the East Side Rec Center, and possibly even to a greater extent. And everybody in the room agrees with that. And that's where I think we've had these really creative conversations about creating an endowment. I talked about creating a Friends of the Park system, much like the Huron Waterloo's Pathway Initiative, which I know the Parks Commission is looking into doing. So they are really opening up to a lot of creative funding opportunities. And I think everybody who's in the Parks Commission that's on that board with us is pretty passionate about wanting to create those parks and recreation experiences for everybody across the county. So I hear you. We'll continue to be diligent. I think as long as we continue to put money forward here and think about how we can continue to show that we are 100% behind this, that's going to help the Parks Commission too. And I want to thank them for being open to all of our crazy ideas and looking into them to see if they would work too. Thanks.
Thank you. I mean, thank you too for all your work on it. I mean, I really appreciated the invitation to come to the Parks Commission meeting, and both of you working so hard to work on a project that won't directly benefit your constituents, but it's for the good of the county, and also would strongly benefit people that in the eastern part of the county. So I'm very grateful to both of you. All right, anybody else got anything? We're gonna get to G in just a second. I mean, the sooner we're done with these, we can get to G. All right. And hey, don't forget about close. We haven't had one of those in a while. All right. Anything else before we call the vote? All right, Ashlyn, roll call us.
Commissioner Light,
Yes on everything but C.
Commissioner Machayevsky,
Yes on everything but C.
Commissioner Robbie,
Did Commissioner Machewski just vote no on C?
Yes, you did.
He did?
Yes, sir.
Microphone's on.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna vote yes on everything except C.
Commissioner Sanders,
Everything but C.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
All right, so everything passed except for C.
C Pat.
Well, because it was 4-4. There's not a fifth person here.
Oh.
Yeah, so C failed, yes.
Chair,
And for the record, they were referring, Commissioner Machewski,
I'll vote yes. I'll change my vote to yes on C.
he will change his vote to yes on C. Motion carries all the way around now. All right. Okay, now for the, the moment we've all been waiting for, it sounds like. Item G, the supplemental. Terrence, if you will.
Good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
This is my first time at the podium.
Oh, well, a momentous occasion.
Really? Yeah. Hit dog holler. Yeah. We were talking about a couple old school phrases earlier, and that was one of them. So, all right. Questions or?
No, you need to tell them what it is.
Okay, all right,
They don't-
all right, got
yeah,
it,
please
got it.
present on what G is.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So, been working with Ashley Hall, who is been supporting along with this, the planning for this, but excited to be here. She had to step out to take Commissioner Somerville home, so that's all right. So we were approached by the American Arab Chamber of Commerce to join in a delegation trip to the Middle East, the MENA region specifically. And this trip has been an attempt to do a couple things, 4 things specifically, is to promote strategic global partnership, strengthen subnational diplomacy, expand global networking, and support cultural, education, and workforce exchanges. When I first came to administration, something I was passionate about is making sure that we had a voice with all the other counties, surrounding counties. Last year, I got to participate in Leadership Detroit with the Detroit Regional Chamber, and it was a great experience. What I learned from that is oftentimes they forget about Washtenaw County. We are now able to be included in these conversations. Administrator Deal has done a lot of great work in the working with his colleagues across the Southeast region. And today we are now being considered for trips like this. This trip is being led by the U.S. Undersecretary of the State for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment, Jose Fernandez. Just doing a quick search on this gentleman. This is not something that is new to him. I looked up a trip he did to Ecuador. Great results came from that. What he likes to do is take these trips and help build out some of the connections between educational systems in the area and the global partners, and build pipelines for talent to go back and forth and support the economic development of each place. This trip is specific to the MENA region of the Southeast, and we'll focus on the things that I've said earlier. So does that answer some of the questions, or are there?
Well, there will be questions, but that was a fine presentation. Thank you, Terrence. All right, Commissioner Labar.
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily have any questions. I pulled this aside because I think probably this is something that is worth doing and that is relevant to think about in the context that we are adjacent to Oakland, Wayne, and Macomb counties. We do not have an elected county executive, which all three of those do, which changes the dynamic. But what I didn't want was sort of tomfoolerous articles about travel that was not properly vetted, put in context. And I think given sort of the validation of this elected body, I think this is a good thing for staff to go on. I think it's a good thing, for other members of the organization. And so having just a little bit of background on that at a public meeting is very helpful. And so I feel comfortable about it. I hope it is successful, and look forward to learning what we learn. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Go ahead, Administrator Dell.
So thank you for the comments, Commissioner Labar. And for all the reasons that you just illuminated, we wanted to make sure that we talked about this in public and that you all sanctioned this trip. To your earlier point, there's been a lot of work that has happened over the course of the last 4 years to make sure that we are not forgotten when we think about economic development opportunities in southeastern Michigan, particularly on the I-94 corridor. This again is an opportunity in a space that we haven't been in the past, and I hope that this body will look favorably on this opportunity.
Commissioner Sanders. Oh, I missaw. Apologies. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Where are you going in the MENA region?
Yes, so the travel is, I don't want to misquote it, so I'm going to make sure I'm giving you the exact areas. Okay, we have Oman, Bahrain, and the UAE.
Okay. I have a stellar MENA playlist I can share with you, so.
So I won't be traveling,
Oh.
but very supportive of this trip. I think, like I said, I noticed really quickly, having the opportunity to go down to the Mackinac Policy Conference, seeing who they put up there to speak about the Southeast region, and rarely ever are we included. So I think this is a good opportunity to go with our colleagues. There's a delegation of 15 plus individuals, and it makes us a part of the conversation. It brings us in.
I really appreciate that we'll be part of the conversation. I think that we are a vibrant part of Southeast Michigan, and they wouldn't know what to do without us if we disappeared for some reason. They would feel it. I also want to say that I think an added benefit of this trip, unstated, is that I have no doubt people going from Washtenaw County will be good ambassadors of what Americans are, and it will be different than maybe how we're portrayed. And so I'm eager to show that part of our country and our county to people who maybe have a different idea about who Americans are and what we believe and stand for. So that's a great double reason for us to be going also. So thank you. Thanks, Terrence.
And if I can add, a big part and one of the highlights of this trip is the global challenges, to address global challenges like climate, some climate issues and things like that. So like this, hopefully this work does a lot for the future.
Administrator Dill.
Just one other piece of information. I have asked Deputy Administrator Andrew DeLu and Tony Kayume, our Office of Community and Economic Development Officer, to attend this trip. So I just want to make sure that the board is knowledgeable about who will be representing our county.
I'm very grateful for the administrative team and making it a reality for us to be able to join. Frequently, Washtenaw County has been left out of the conversation. So I'm very glad that our team is stepping up to be able to go. I have the utmost faith in our two colleagues here who will be going and representing Washtenaw County on a global scale. So thank you so much for agreeing to do it. Commissioner Machesi.
Thanks, Chair. Administrator Dill, would we be able to get a report after they come back in terms of what the connections were?
That is a deep ask that I have voluntold, if you want, that we bring back a detailed report for this body.
That was not audible to others because his mic wasn't on, but that's great. All right. Well, thank you. Commissioner Sanders.
So just for clarity, it's 2 or up to 3 people that can travel.
2 people.
2 people.
We have 2 people identified. We had talked early on and they were making accommodations for the 3rd.
Okay, and then what other counties are traveling?
Yep. So a part of the delegation are Wayne County, Oakland County. There is the government relations director. So I'll just business attractions and FDI of Oakland County, director of community safety for the city of Romulus, MEDC, Quentin Mesner from MEDC, and there is the chief of staff from the governor's office.
Not Macomb, though.
Macomb is not a part of this delegation.
Okay.
No, but I think somewhat related to that question, Commissioner Sanders, I received today an invitation to the state of the county in Macomb County today. So we are trying to, I guess I'd say, normalize relations with Macomb County.
One last question. Let's, since this has been an issue in the past, talk about the cost and who pays it.
Yes, ma'am. So we have to pay a cost of $15,000 per person. This will cover in-country, so flights in between the different areas of that region. This will cover meals, hotel stay, and will cover all costs. In addition to that $15,000, we do have to pay for their flight, for our 2 staff's flights to that area, but everything else will be covered by the $15,000. So we're looking at a total of $17,000 per person.
For roughly 5 days travel.
Yes, so travel dates are from December 9th through the 15th.
That comes out of your discretionary?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If this board approves sanctions this trip, we will find the funding for the trip. And let me just also say that I have some personal commitments that I cannot break. Otherwise, I would be happy to represent our county on this trip.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, friends? Well, Terrence, for your first time at the podium, that was well done. All right.
Ashlyn. Good host.
Thank you. All right. Ashlyn, roll call vote us, please.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LaBarre. Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Washtenaw County going international. Thank you. Okay, well, that takes us through. We've already done a report from the county administrator. I shared what would have effectively been my report earlier. That moves us into items for current or future discussion. The first item that we have on here is an item titled Human Services Support. This is just an item I put on here to have just briefly mention that as we talked about at our last meeting, knowing that the landscape at the federal level is going to change significantly and it will be changing in the state level. We know that many of our human service partners in the community are concerned about what our strategy is going to be for funding and working with them. What I'm looking to do is have a group of commissioners meet with them, a number of executive directors from our human service agencies, as well as our human service department heads in the county to plot a path forward. So if you'd like to be part of that conversation, please reach out to me and we will make that happen. Moving on to closed session, negotiation strategy and ongoing litigation. Is there a Commissioner Machieski?
I move the Board of Commissioners enter into closed session to discuss two topics. The first being collective bargaining negotiation strategy, the second being pending litigation of Thomas Fox versus Saginaw.
Is there a second? Okay, Ashlyn, roll call us.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, we are going to enter closed session now. So for our viewers at home and in the room, we leave and we will come back later. But we don't have anything else on the agenda after this, so go to sleep. Have a good night. Be safe. Drive home safely, everyone. Thank you. Oh, we needed Ashland too. You ready? Are you ready, Ashland? All right, we're back, friends. Anybody have any other items for current or future discussion? Well, we have a presentation. I know. Okay, no other items for current or future discussion? Nope. Okay, there are no pending items. Commissioner Robbie,
Pending item.
what you got?
I'd like to move to adjourn.
Oh.